A very good morning to all of you for joining us today for the CII Cloud Summit. We have a chief guest with us present today, and I would like to invite our chief guest, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Mehta, National Cyber Security Coordinator, Prime Minister's Office, Government of India, to come on the dais. I would also like to invite Mr. Vishal Aval, Chairman, CII Cloud Summit and Vice President and Managing Partner, Telecom, IBM India and South Asia. I would also like to invite Mr. Romal Shetty, the President Consulting for Deloitte India, Mr. Anupam Mishra, Head of Technologies and Solutions Architect, AWS India and South Asia, Mr. Manoj Paul, Managing Director, Equinix India, Mr. Prateek Garg, Chairman, CII Regional Committee on Digital Transformation in AI and Founder and Managing Director, Progressive Infotech. With these words, now I would like to hand it over to Mr. Vishal Aval to take it forward. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. Starting with our Chief Guest, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, National Cyber Security Coordinator, Prime Minister's Office, Government of India. Mr. Manoj Paul, Managing Director, Equinix India. Mr. Prateek Garg, Chairman, CII Regional Committee, Northern Region on Digital Transformation and AI, and Founder and Managing Partner, Progressive Infotech. Mr. Anupam Mishra, Head of Technology and Solution Architecture, AWS India and South Asia. Mr. Romal Shetty, President Consulting, Deloitte India. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, on behalf of CII and on my personal behalf, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you for the second edition of the CII Cloud Summit. I express my gratitude to the Chief Guest, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, for his kind presence at the inaugural session. Thank you, sir, for gracing this forum. We keenly look forward to listening to your words of wisdom in today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past couple of decades, we have seen the emergence of cloud computing as a major disruptive force and a huge force multiplier. Today, the cloud underpins majority of technological disruptions and has proven itself during times of uncertainty with its resilience, scalability, flexibility, and agility. Hybrid multi-cloud and edge environments are growing and setting the stage for new distributed cloud models. Cloud has been rapidly scaling thanks to the enterprises and government bodies embracing digital transformation and delivering vastly enhanced consumer experiences. We have seen in the past few years that banks are equipping their consumers with mobile apps. Civic services are being rendered through web and mobile applications. These are only some of the examples of cloud services that just a few years back would have been unimaginable. In the past year, IBM Institute of Business Value, we call it IBV, has done research studies involving few thousand CXOs across various geographies and industries. I would like to cite few critical findings from these studies. First and foremost, value of hybrid cloud investment multiplies up to 13 times on average when it is combined with other levels of transformation, including the exponential technologies like AI, ML, 5G, IoT, Edge, etc., and the intelligent workflows. Next, 27% of enterprise IT spends are on cloud. So more than a quarter of enterprise spend is on cloud. But still, the mission critical workloads are yet to cross the chasm of cloud adoption. Hybrid multi-cloud architecture opens opportunities for complex workloads to be hosted and run on the cloud. Thirdly, early digital plays have thankfully yielded really good business outcomes. And hence, many front-runners and leading enterprises are now gearing up to undertake more radical digital transformation programs to accrue even steeper business outcomes going forward. And last but not the least, as many as 97% of organizations are now operating on more than one cloud globally. And the rate of growth of investment in hybrid multi-cloud operations is expected to outpace other cloud implementation models. Let's cut to India. IDC report shows that the public cloud spend in India is still growing very fast with a CAGR of 24% expected over the next 4 to 5%. That's a very healthy growth. And it will reach $13.5 billion by 2026. Gartner forecasts that the end user spend on public cloud services will reach $7.3 billion by 2022 itself. This is an increase of almost 30% compared to 2021 levels. This is mainly being driven by higher growth than average for infrastructure as a service and platform as a service segments. As many as 84% of Indian enterprises are moving to multi-cloud. So one cloud is not enough because the different applications require different platforms, and hence the hybrid multi-cloud is the preferred architecture for the enterprises business transformation going forward. IT-enabled services, banking, financial services industries, healthcare, these are some of the industries that are clocking growth velocities that are higher than the average in adopting cloud. So these are the front-running industries that are adopting cloud-based business models faster than the rest. Government of India is also doing their bit and very constructively. Starting with the Meghraj vision from a few years back, Government of India has kept a very light touch, growth-oriented vision for cloud adoption in India. This has propelled rapid cloud growth across the country. Cloud's contribution to digital business expands dramatically in conjunction with other levels of transformation, as I spoke earlier also. Reinvention involves adopting both the state-of-the-art technology and an innovation-friendly, employee-centric organizational culture. So the hard facts coupled with the softer DNA aspects does the magic. The democratization of data and the dramatically increased intelligence and insights brought about by an open hybrid architecture promise to redefine the economics of business. Across industries, enterprises are more likely than ever to build organizations that can pivot seamlessly between digital/virtual world and analog world. To conclude, the next generation winners would be the enterprises that rapidly reinvent themselves by seamlessly interweaving AI and exponential technologies with the hybrid multi-cloud adoption to become truly digital. Embracing hybrid multi-cloud platform is absolutely essential for enterprises of all sizes to gain a competitive edge via enhanced agility, seamless digital transformation, and vastly superior customer experience. That is driven by intelligent workflows and the ability to make high-impact, real-time contextual decisions. Cloud-driven digital transformation is indispensable in the post-pandemic era. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And with this, I would like to invite Mr. Romal Shetty to share his views.
Thank you, Vishal, Dr. Pant, my fellow panelists, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. The theme is cloud being the bedrock of digital innovation, and I thought a good way to summarize that would just be a few stories, right? And real life stories in India is what I'd like to attribute, and how cloud has actually enabled those stories. So really, I mean, if you look at one of the most impactful periods in all our lives was COVID. One of the most impactful things that was done was really COVID, and the ability to scale up, provide vaccination services, provide you a certificate is probably even more advanced than the most advanced countries in the world have. At that scale, 2 billion shots done in India on a cloud platform. That is real impact. But coming to cloud and the changes that we're seeing is in the past, we've seen most people wanting to lift and shift because it seems like a fancy word, we have to move to cloud. But what is really the advantage of cloud? So giving you a few stories. So one of the Maharatnas that we actually work with is an energy major. And they have different businesses, right? They have the gas business, they have the fuel business, they have the lubes business, they have the retail business. Interestingly, they never knew their customers one from the other. There was no one platform that was created to enable these customers, for the company to know which customers are theirs, and for the customers to ensure that because they're on one platform, they can avail of all different services. And why am I talking about this? Because cloud, will it provide a competitive edge? It is easy to stitch together a point solution. It's always difficult to stitch together an orchestra of solutions. And the platform play, today if you look at some of the biggest valuations that are happening across the world, is a platform play. And if you're able to create this platform where you get different lines of business, and what does it mean for the customer? Customer, of course, the experience is great, but to give you an example today, if someone is in Tamil Nadu or someone is Orissa or someone is in Bengal, by just saying that I want my gas connection on a conversational AI platform, they can get gas delivered in 24 hours. And that's the power of cloud. To be now, everybody can copy and everything can be copied. But to copy a platform as a solution is extremely difficult. So as cloud, are we thinking platform? Are we thinking a point solution? Similarly, if you look at business models, the cloud has the ability to do a business model change. And again, giving you an example in terms of healthcare. Normally, you go to a hospital, you're diagnosed with maybe diabetes, blood pressure, whatever it is. You take some medicines, you come back home, but the connect between the hospital and you, the connect between the doctor and you, probably doesn't exist. I mean, only when you feel bad or when you feel something is wrong, you go to them. Now with devices, sensors, what the hospitals are able to do is connect you throughout and understand how your health is responding. So it doesn't mean, if you have, for example, blood sugar, right? And you can keep detecting with sensors what foods will ensure that your glucose levels actually go, your insulin levels go up or down. And accordingly, your doctor can figure out what could be best treatment, because all people are not similar. We react differently to different things. So today, this whole thing of connecting the ecosystem of patients with the hospitals, with all the devices and sensors to ensure that the best care can be given or personalized care can be given is what cloud is enabling. So really, n equals to 1. There is to always be this thing that we have to have segmentation, stratification, so n is equal to 10,000. But now you can provide therapy, personalized therapy of n equals to 1. Third, how is cloud enabling supply chain? And again, I'll give you an example, which is a large FMCG company that we work with. It procures about $40 to $50 billion of commodities. Everybody has seen how the commodity prices have been fluctuating, and you can see the inflation, of course, being caused by commodities. Now, a very important thing is, can I buy better? What does that mean? Can I buy today? Can I buy 5 days later? Can I buy 15 days later? Can I buy 30 days later? And very important is, can I predict the price so that I know when to buy? So this particular basically FMCG company used the cloud, used AI ML on a platform to say how they could buy better and bring in efficiencies. Today their accuracy with what is happening in the world, the Ukraine war, COVID, and every day there is some crisis or the other, they're still able to predict about 97% accuracy, and this translates into their P&L. So when we talk about cloud, a lot of the times is, hey, my costs are going up because, very rarely anybody would tell me that because we've implemented cloud, the costs have actually come down. The costs are going up. But important thing is to ensure that what kind of costs are you also saving? What kind of legacy infrastructure are you also sunsetting? And cloud has moved from moving to the cloud from on-premise to basically saying, can we re-architect applications of the legacy? And lastly, a very important thing is time to market. Does it give you the edge to go to the market much faster? You look at the unicorns today, I think they will attribute their success to the cloud because of their ability to go much, much faster. And if you take even traditional sectors, I would say in terms of pharmacy, two things, for example, today 13 to 15% of research time can be reduced as per our own Deloitte findings from a cloud perspective. In some cases, that means as much as a year can go down. Today, 20% of the medicines in India are estimated to be fake. With using blockchain and cloud platforms, you can trace and actually say the authenticity of the medicine as well. So really, real social impact as well of what cloud is able to do. Lastly, I think this is probably one of the most hottest markets in the world, the cloud market. So to retain talent is probably the most difficult challenge. Every day someone walks with a resignation letter because he or she has a better offer. But I think this talent is very important to nurture. It's also very important to have flexibility in our talent models, which are beyond financial models, to ensure the success happens. How we use cloud to digitally transform our companies is more important than it just being a IT play of just moving from an infrastructure play to a cloud play. So I think we're seeing that, and the important thing is we're seeing Indian companies becoming world-class and beating their counterparts across the world. So thank you very much, and I hope you have a very, very good conference. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Shetty, for your insightful comments. I think you underscored the power of cloud-based platforms via citing the example of 2 billion vaccinations done in such a tight time frame in a logistically complex country like India. That underscores how powerful cloud-based technologies and platforms are in solving real-world problems. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Mishra from AWS to share his thoughts.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Romal shared a lot of good stories about how cloud has evolved and how it is becoming a bedrock for a lot of innovation which is happening, the potential we are seeing in India. So I'm going to spend some time on the potential of the India and the trends which we are seeing here, which a lot of companies are thinking about, and hopefully there'll be some good takeaways for you as well. So first, if we look at India as a country, we are in a pretty good shape in terms of the potential which we have. If I look at some of the stats, about half of our country has people which are less than 25 years old. The mobile penetration in the country is one of the highest in the world. We have 5 million plus developers in India, which means almost every company looks to India when they are thinking of building software, building new next phase of technology. We also have a very large SMB ecosystem, 75 million plus SMBs in India, which is the growth engine for the Indian economy. And there are so many other things which are helping us as a country in terms of creating that ecosystem. Mr. Romil also shared a lot of stories from unicorns and startups, which are becoming some of the largest startups, some of the growth stories which the rest of the world is looking at, that how does this company grow from such a small company to a large company in short amount of time. And now I want to talk about what are the things which are leading to some of those innovations. So one thing which I find very unique about the impact of cloud is how it has lowered and created a very low bar for doing innovation. So one of the things which is very, very common in cloud is for you to use technology, you don't have to be expert who understands each and everything. We call it democratizing the technology. We want each and every person to be able to use technology without having a large amount of funding, without having a large workforce. For example, what cloud does is it offers exactly same technology to a very large enterprise, a company which has thousands of developers, billions of funding and expenses, and a developer sitting in a coffee shop has access to exactly same. So, and it can be used by a very small company as well. So you have everybody has access to same technology, and I see a lot of times it is leading to great results. For example, a company of two or three people can create a very big innovation at times. A lot of companies which are large enterprises and thinking that I want to dip my toes and try these experiments can do those experiments without committing to a lot of workforce and a lot of funding to it. I'll share an example because we are talking about supply chain impact in this event. We are working with one of our customers, More Retail, which is a departmental store which stores a lot of fresh fruits and groceries as well. And they were thinking, how do we optimize how many perishable fruits and vegetables we keep in our store. Their manual work was telling that we are accurate about 30% of the time on how much to store. And they worked with a small team. They created some prototypes and used machine learning to predict how much in-store capacity they should have for different fruits and vegetables, and it increased from 30% to 70% accurate. And you can think about impact on bottom line, but you can also think about impact on sustainability, how much wastage we have stopped having because of those. So there are numerous stories about that, and I feel democratization of technology is allowing every company to try those experiments. When it comes to some of the key changes and trends I'm seeing in the industry, there are a few things which come to mind. One is a lot of businesses, especially after COVID, are thinking of future-proofing their business. By what I mean by future-proofing is they're thinking world is becoming more and more uncertain. Some things which we used to take for granted may not be true in future. And they're thinking of how do we innovate, how do we keep up with keep the pace up with the trends and technologies which are happening around us, be it innovating on supply chain, be it innovating in different areas where you see a big market for you. And companies are trying to do a lot of experiments. And what I would, one thing which I've learned across my 14 plus years at Amazon is you need to build a DNA where experimentation is part of everything which happens. And you think about, we call this concept two-way doors. There are one-way doors where you enter and it's very hard cost to come out of that door, but two-way doors where you go in and you can come out if things don't work well. Cloud allows you to have a lot of two-way doors where you can try a small experiment with 2-3 people from your team, even a very small, with a very small investment, no commitment, and see what can happen if I try this. And one of the stories which come to my mind, I was talking to one of my colleagues who came from a shipping company, and we were saying, when a large shipping company is operating, there are a lot of partners involved. Somebody is shipping the item from the office location which is the source of the item on the road. Then it goes to a lot of warehouses which are not managed by the shipping company. It goes to the ocean where the trackability and traceability is hard. And then it goes to many other channels, and it was very hard to know where a package is, how much time it is going to take. And now they started a small experiment. They had a 3-person team who embarked on this journey, used technologies like Internet of Things, blockchain, and a lot of other streaming technologies. And they created a prototype and showed it to their management, and everybody thought, wow, this is something which we have been thinking for a long time. And they were so amazed to see what a small team can do if they are given access to the right technology. So I would just encourage you and think about if you have any specific thoughts on what can be optimized, think how cloud can add value there. And finally, I would also say the world is becoming, there's more and more scarcity of talent. And we all need to think about how do we skill our workforce, how do we become a person who is learning and finding opportunities to learn everywhere. The fact that we are here, we are here to learn from each other, hopefully have some good takeaways for us to take back to our offices and our homes. And I would say it's important to think much more structurally about it, what type of workforce skilling we need to do, what type of skills we'll need to generate. And we as AWS are committed to provide our help wherever possible. We have fantastic partners like Deloitte working with us as well, and looking forward to helping you on this journey. So thank you so much for having me.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mishra, for a really insightful set of ideas. What worked for me is the cloud-enabled democratization of technology that is leading to greater societal good. Really, really powerful thought. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Paul, Managing Director of Equinix, to share his thoughts.
Thanks, Vishal, and good morning to everyone. Thanks to CII for inviting me to address this August gathering. Well, before I speak about today's topic, let me take a few seconds to talk about Equinix to set the right perspective. Equinix is the world's digital infrastructure company. We provide some critical digital infrastructure for enterprises in their digital transformation journey. We have around 244 data centers in 70 metros and 30 countries across the world. And we enable enterprises to leverage multi-cloud within the country, across countries. And if any customer gets connected or gets located in one of our data centers, They can leverage the 10,000 customers that we have across the world and get connected to whether the stock exchange, whether cloud service providers, IT service providers, OTTs, and internet exchange across the world. Equinix worldwide and even in India have been working very closely with cloud service providers. And just before this session, I was speaking with Anupam that in India, the cloud rollout started off with the deployment of AWS's Direct Connect node at our data center, even before the cloud regions were created in Mumbai, Delhi, and all those places. And that was backhauling to Singapore, and enterprises could connect to the Direct Cloud set up in our data center using lease lines and MPLS and all that. And that is history, I would say. So having seen the cloud service providers so closely, I would totally agree that cloud is the bedrock for digital transformation. And this is quite evident from the numbers that Vishal also mentioned, that the cloud industry is growing leaps and bounds. $13.6 billion is what is being estimated by 2026 with a CAGR of 23%, humongous. Coming from data center industry, I will add that while cloud is the bedrock for the digital transformation, data centers are the bedrock for cloud service providers. And this is pretty evident from the fact that very recently we heard the announcement of Microsoft acquiring 100 acres of land in Telangana. We also know that AWS has announced $2.6 billion investment in building their regional POP, another additional POP in Telangana. And this is only their own builds. In the last 2 or 3 years, these cloud service providers have consumed nearly 60 to 70% of all the data center capacity that have been created by the third-party data centers in the country. So what does it show? First, this shows the conviction of these large cloud service providers on the digital journey of this country, that they are making huge bets, long-term bets in this country. So the cloud story and the digital transformation story is only going to go up because of all the conviction that is all around. Second, these cloud service providers need an ecosystem. They need infrastructure and other things, and things are falling in place. Earlier, there was a demand by these cloud service providers that we need data center campuses which can support 50 to 100 megawatt because their requirement keeps growing, and if the data center sizes are small, then they have to move from one data center to other data center. Now with many major data center service providers coming into the country, we are seeing some 50 or 100 megawatt campuses coming up in Navi Mumbai, in Greater Noida, in Chennai, and all that. Now, the cloud services also need edge nodes and network nodes which are closer to enterprise, which are closer to the end user. That's where players like Equinix come in, because we build those data centers, and we have in Mumbai 2 data centers, which is ranked by Telegeography as one of the world's top 10 most connected data centers. We have around 200 ISPs, 12 telecom service providers, all the cloud service providers, name it, all the OTTs, 4 internet exchanges, and all that. More of this is needed, and we as Equinix plan to deploy many of these similar data centers in other parts of the country, and that will enable the cloud service providers to be very close to their customers and provide that required 1 millisecond response that is very necessary for some of the critical applications that enterprise customers are going to deploy on cloud. The digital drive also growth depends on the networks. While we are seeing announcements on 5G network, and we believe that is going to really enhance and speeden up the absorption of data and in some way the cloud also. What is also needed is, huge investment in interconnection between the data centers and the cable landing stations and in between different cities, because these cloud service providers are located at multiple locations and in multiple cities. So we need a very robust telecom infrastructure at 100G, 200G, and 400 Gbps level, which needs huge investment. My worry is that with so much of focus on 5G and the Indian telecom service providers being restrained and constrained on CapEx, there is a fear that most of the CapEx would go towards 5G and not so much on building this critical infrastructure. So it requires new investors to come in and invest in building this infrastructure. As you see on the undersea cable front, many new undersea cables are coming, so interconnection across the world will not be a challenge. And we are seeing new investors investing in those undersea cables, not necessarily the telcos. We need to see something similar happening within the country. Finally, power is another big necessity for both the cloud service providers and data center service providers. I think both the cloud service provider, data center service providers need to work on means to reduce the consumption, to optimize some of the workloads in such a way that we reduce the consumption. But another important aspect is utilization of green power, which has become a very hot topic across the world. We are really blessed that in India we have a big component of our power being generated through renewable power. In fact, we have around 110 gigawatt of renewable power capacity already there. And last year only we added around 13-14 gigawatt of solar power. And you know, the data center and cloud service providers in all total today require only 600-700 megawatt, and in the next 2 years it will be just 1.2 gigawatt. So we are blessed that we are in a country which has a lot of renewable power, and that should give a lot of support to the growth of the cloud service industry and the data center industry. I would like to end saying that we are seeing good momentum in digital adoption by enterprises and by consumers like us that will continue to give a lot of support to the growth in the data through the cloud industry, which is already a step ahead of the demand, and will also fuel the growth for the data center industries. Since this is a CII event, I would like to urge CII to take some proactive steps to see that some of the policy interventions, policy changes that we have been working with some of the government agencies, they really come to closure. We have been having too much of discussions to the extent that now people are losing interest in having some of those discussions also. I'm sure very soon we will see closure on that, so that the ease of doing business and other aspects become even better, and investments inflow into the country even increases further. Thank you very much.
Great set of thoughts, Manoj. Really, really enlightening. I think we seem to be gaining a 360-degree view around cloud scaling. The theme of the conference is cloud as a bedrock for digital transformation, and what Manoj called out is data center as a bedrock for cloud service providers. So that completes the picture. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Prateek Garg, Chairman, CII Northern Region, for digital transformation and AI, to please share his thoughts.
Very good morning to all of you and to my fellow panelists. We have a very powerful panel today, and the speakers before me, I think, have enumerated beautifully, with Vishal setting the context of what's really happening in the cloud ecosystem, Mr. Shetty narrating the stories around what's happening in India and globally on the use cases that we're seeing on cloud. Anupam, who leads the technology and solution architecture at AWS, is of course in middle of all that's happening. AWS leads the pack of hyperscalers in the world, and the data center infrastructure is very rightly put by Mr. Paul that is the bedrock of cloud. Cloud at scale, and without great data centers, we can't really scale the clouds, and the rate at which cloud adoption is growing, it is only good that we have an ecosystem which is growing rapidly. So that said, a little bit about myself. I'm a founder and managing director of a company called Progressive Infotech. Over the last 1 decade, we've been in the middle of helping customers adopt cloud, manage cloud, and that's what we do globally between India and the global markets. And we work across all hyperscalers, with, of course, AWS being our lead partnership. And somebody mentioned about CoWIN, happy to share that we manage the CoWIN infrastructure for the government of India. And all of us have used it with over 2 billion vaccinations getting delivered. So that's the context. Now, I think what's happening is all great, and of course, cloud has democratized, but I think we just seeing the beginning of this and what's coming in the days ahead, I think is going to be even more transformative, disruptive in every single way. With 5G setting in, I think the application architectures will get redone, and edge computing will be needed in data centers, therefore will have to come very close to where the consumers are. That will change with the adoption of Web3, and a lot is being talked about metaverse and stuff like that. So the application itself will go through a metamorphosis in the years to come. Of course, cloud has democratized, and it has not only democratized the technology adoption for MSMEs, but make it affordable. It has also democratized application landscape, helping customers, small customers, MSMEs to to very quickly build an application landscape to manage their business. But the challenge that has gotten we're seeing post-pandemic is the future of work. And future of work really means people are working from anywhere, anytime in a globalized world. And that itself is just not possible if we didn't really have a cloud infrastructure. And the unified communication infrastructure, which seamlessly helps us integrate, bring our teams together, collaborate, is such a powerful thing. And just think of if we didn't have the Teams, the Zooms, and the Google Meet kind of applications or services, going through pandemic would have been difficult. Everything would have come to a halt. And all this runs off public clouds. So that's the power, and these are platforms which are continuing to evolve and integrate. There was a mention of talent shortage and great resignation, right? Where the phenomena that we've seen in these, and we continue to see, especially in the tech industry, all right, which really, the moot point there, to my view, is this, that I think cloud is the only solution where we perhaps will need to learn to do more with less people, and learn to also reskill people, as well as let people work from home, because we're seeing a lot of people dropping offers just because you're not allowing work from home. They're not even willing to look at a hybrid work. Well, I think it's a transitory phenomena right now, but nevertheless it's there. And this also means that access to talent has in some ways become larger. You would typically want to hire people around your office space. Now you can hire people wherever. But how do you get them to work and collaborate better and give you better outcomes? Because the fact also is that all this is, the shortage of talent is driving talent cost at a very berserk pace northwards. And so the business models obviously have those challenges. Last but not the least, I think startup ecosystem, and India and the Prime Minister keeps alluding to it in every forum, that we are the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. And it wouldn't have been possible without cloud. Today, everybody, every single startup that we see, whether in EdTech, FinTech, any other space, is all running off cloud. So the two-door analogy that Anupam gave, it helps you fail fast. So you can try your experiment, try your models. If it doesn't work, you can pivot, come out of it, or try something else. So all this is only accelerating, the economy. And while the world is, staring at a slowdown, and we do think there is going to be a recession in some form in the European and the American space, but how long, I mean, difficult to predict that. But I think in India, given the ecosystem and the infrastructure and policy framework that we get from the government, we're sitting quite well. We might see some slowdown because we are an integrated world, but I think by and large, we seem to be heading in the right direction. So and of course, the cloud phenomena is also morphing into cloud marketplaces. And, this also is changing access to markets for a lot of companies, and especially the MSMEs. And I'm stressing on the MSME because a large part of CII membership is MSMEs. And so if you've not gotten onto the cloud, I'd urge all of you to seriously consider this and leverage this, grow your markets. You can go global. The government has done a lot of work in this space. The government marketplace, which today allows people from villages to be able to sell to anybody in in the government procurement. Everybody is becoming part of that. So these are real use cases, and I think access to market is what MSMEs struggle with. Cloud is helping you both in terms of marketing and selling and supply chains. All of it is coming together. So with that, I'd like to, interest of time, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much for being here, and you have a great summit. This is the second CII Summit, Cloud Summit, and happy to see this one in person. So thank you once again. All the best.
Thank you, Prateekji, for your address. Now, we would be releasing the CII Deloitte paper on cloud, the bedrock of digital transformation, for which I would like to invite our chief guest, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, National Cyber Security Coordinator, Prime Minister's Office, Government of India, to please release the paper. And I would also request other dignitaries at the dais to join us in this release. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Pant. Ladies and gentlemen, this report is extremely insightful. I would personally urge each and every delegate to make time to go through this report to gain awareness of how the shape of things to come is going to be in the cloud and digital transformation space. I'm told that a digital copy of this report will be sent to each and every delegate, right? With this, may I request our chief guest, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, to kindly grace the dais and share his perspectives on the summit theme. Dr. Pant, please.
Thank you, Vishal, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The word cloud has been used so many times today. I hope someone on top is listening and we get some real clouds in Delhi soon. But I think we couldn't have had a more positive start to the day. All the talks that I've been listening to from my fellow panelists have given me so much strength being in the government. Prateek has already complimented the others. Let me also compliment Prateek for all the good words that you said. And I must compliment CII for conducting this very timely and relevant event. And it's great to see a full house here. But just for my interest, how many of you are involved in the cyber security of cloud? Can you just raise your hands? Okay, just about, I think 1%. And I don't want to be a doomsday sort of a guy, but these days I'm also attending the Israel Cyber Week online, and any one of you who's interested can log on to the Tel Aviv University and just register and can attend that. And why I'm saying it? Because yesterday, throughout the day, the discussion was on cloud security. So while cloud provides all the advantages, platform, infrastructure, software, everything, cost-wise, etc. But the main risk that people are finding is on the security side. And it is on both the sides, on the client side also, as well as on the CSP side also. And there are many reasons for that. Of course, on the client side, there is a good part that if there is a software update to be done, then at scale, it can be done through the cloud. That's a very, very positive thing. But on the CSP side, incident response is a big issue. Firstly, there are so many applications that are being run at the same time. Then to identify the fault, whether it is on the client end or the network end or on the data center end, which all logs to see as far as the incident response and the remediation is concerned. Are there any people using shadow IT apps? Shadow IT, you're aware, are the apps that are not allowed by the IT administrator, but still people are using them. And how can you use the cloud access service broker? He's the person who sees all the logs and it tells you what is to be done. How to manage identity and access management? It's a big issue. How to implement zero trust architecture on a cloud network? So do you have a zero trust gateway for every client when it accesses your SaaS, etc.? So these are some major issues, and that's why I asked as to how many people are there. And my first request to all of you would be, please invest something more on the cloud security part. I mean, this is not that average 10% that I keep telling in the other forums when I go and interact with the CII members, that 10% of your IT budget should go to the cyber security. This is much more serious and much more involved. And you can take various examples around the world. Sometimes I wonder, how has Ireland been able to do it? All of you are aware that most of the major data centers of Amazon, Facebook, Google, etc. are in Ireland. It's such a small country. 25% of Europe's data centers are in Ireland, by the way. The advantages there, they say, is, of course, cool weather, low taxes, energy, infrastructure is there, and skilled people are there, So with that as an example, we have to now create many more islands in India. Because if you see the geopolitics globally that is taking place and what Russia-Ukraine conflict has done, there is a lot of polarization taking place, there's a lot of regionalism taking place. You're seeing big tech taking sides. In the dark web also, I can tell you, some of you are not aware as to what happens in the dark web, but there are these hacker groups which are now squealing on the other hacker groups. So anonymous versus say Contai or something like that. So there is a split in the dark net, there is a split on the subsurface net, and of course in the internet Some of you may be reading that the Chinese have applied for a new internet protocol. So in years to come, there could be a splinternet also. So with such a geopolitical background, what the government wants is that our data should, as far as possible, stay within the national cyberspace, for which the data centers are very important. So in the years to come, we are looking forward to an explosion of data centers, and he's mentioned the ones coming up in Navi Mumbai, Greater Noida, etc. by the Adanis. And I hope that this stress continues. From the cyber security point of view, something was mentioned about the IoT. Now the reason for that is that the attack surface is increasing exponentially. Let's say today we have about 5 billion internet users. 15th of August, the Prime Minister has announced 5G is being launched in the country. The rollout will take 2 years. But globally, 5G is already there in about 70, 80 odd countries. And in 5G, the IoT devices are being connected. And the IoT devices are already 20 billion. So the cyber attack surface is going to grow exponentially. So this cyber security, what does it lead to as far as you all are concerned? What it means is that there is a concept of DevOps. The development of software and the operationalize of software has come together. And there is this new NIST standard that has come out, which talks of DevSecOps. So the security by design features have to be inbuilt into the new data centers that are coming up. It's very, very important. And all the other things that I said earlier. Government of India has taken a number of initiatives. I'm not going into details of that. You are aware of some recent guidelines, etc., that have come out. Some extensions have taken place. But I'll take his point about the policy decisions that are pending. And I've already requested Vishal to give me all those issues so that we can tell the concerned ministries about that. But let me end by complimenting all my previous speakers for making my day start on a very positive note, and all of you for being here and being part of the India Data Center story. In case anyone is interested, I can tell you as to what are the some of the best practices for cybersecurity in data centers. I'll just quickly read them out. The virtual machines should be distributed in network segments based on the criticality. All outbound traffic on the virtual machines should be restricted. All the administrative connections to the VMs should be through the respective network segment. The Bastion server should only be after authentication as per whitelist. Access, user levels and policies should be enforced. Two-factor authentication should be used for access of users. A strong password policy is required. Data sanitization of files uploaded at the servers. Follow the OWASP. You're aware of the OWASP, the Open Web Application Security Project guidelines for implementation. Audit is very important, cyber security audit. And finally, all network traffic at the various cloud segments and application logs should be logged and monitored at the SIEM and the Security Operations Center. With that, thank you very much for having me here, giving me this honors. Have a good day. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pant, for underscoring the criticality, centrality of end-to-end seamless security, which, if not addressed adequately, can become a huge impediment in further cloud proliferation. I think you very aptly called out the exponential increase in cyber attack surface that requires a holistic approach towards addressing security across the infrastructure, middleware, and the application layer. So the cloud-based workloads, the mission-critical workloads can progressively move to a cloud environment going forward. Government of India, as you called out, is taking a lot of measures to support the industry, businesses and society in adopting this. We will closely watch the guidelines and as industry, we will try and align to the Government of India's vision. With this, delegates, I think we've had an extremely stimulating exchange of ideas. I have learned a lot in today's summit. We got a truly 360-degree view around the cloud ecosystem. I'm really thankful to the fellow dignitaries and speakers for sharing their thoughts with this audience. I am of the view that as the pace of change accelerates and competitive pressures rise, cloud is the only answer, not one of the answers, but is the only answer going forward that can enable enterprises of all sizes to embrace change rapidly with agility and to drive value faster across every dimension of the enterprise. It doesn't matter where you are on the cloud journey. Wherever you are on your cloud journey, no matter what business you are in, embracing a cloud-first strategy will help accelerate change across the human, technology, and business dimensions of the enterprise and the society at large. The cloud model will reduce barriers to entry. It enables open, rapid innovation cycles that accelerate time to market and provide agility to respond to changes in business environments. The pace of technological evolution is only increasing and is increasing exponentially. So with rapid infusion of new technologies, new processes, and new ways of working, the need to reskill becomes critical to navigate the cloud journey ahead, as many of my fellow speakers have underscored during their address. To derive the transformational benefits that the skill competence shift can unleash, I think that is an area that we all have to keep in focus. The post-pandemic relevance of cloud has grown multifolds. And hence, we can love the cloud-based environments, we can hate the cloud-based environments, but we cannot ignore the cloud anymore, right? With these words, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to our chief guest, Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, National Cyber Security Coordinator, Prime Minister's Office, Government of India, for his presence and for sharing his perspectives, really cutting-edge views on the centrality of holistic security. Thank you, sir, again. I would also like to thank Mr. Romal Shetty from Deloitte India to be the knowledge partner of the summit and sharing broad perspectives on the subject. Mr. Anupam Mishra for his thoughts and insights, Mr. Prateek Garg and Mr. Manoj Paul for their insightful address. We are really happy to have speakers with varied experiences around cloud ecosystem. And hence the enlightening concepts and ideas that they've presented have truly benefited all of us. May I also take this opportunity to convey sincere thanks to all our sponsors, without which this summit would not have been possible. Last but certainly not the least, I thank all the delegates for their active participation and for making this summit a great event, a great success. May I request all of you to please remain seated for the next session. We'll shortly be ushering into the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vishalaval, for the vote of thanks. I would request all the participants to remain seated. We are starting with the next session immediately. So we have the panel discussion 1, which is on getting to cloud faster, better, and certainly cheaper. So, and we have a very good eminent panelists for this session with us. I would like to invite our session moderator, Mr. Vivek Mathur, the partner from Deloitte India. I would also like to invite all the panelists, Mr. Sandeep Bambre, Managing Director, Veema Software India and SAR, Mr. Neeraj Atavale, Managing Director, India Subcontinent Software Solutions, Mr. Haja Jahabir Shiraje, Partner ISA Service Line Leaders, Hybrid Cloud Management IBM Consulting, Ms. Sapna Upreti, Business Unit Head Cloud for Successive Technologies, Mr. Jitendra Singh Pabla, Senior Vice President Sales Marketing and CEM, STT GDC India. I understand Mr. Kamal Goyal he was here during the day in the morning, but due to his medical, he was not keeping well, so he could not join us in the panel. With this, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Mathur. Mr. Mathur, over to you. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you. First of all, thanks to CII for providing us this opportunity to speak with you today. Hopefully this will be a panel that you will find a lot of interesting thoughts. We had a stellar first sessions, a lot of good insights came in, and I have in fact taken my notes as well. So today's panel is about getting to cloud faster, better, and certainly cheaper. And to start with, first of all, one of the Steve Jobs quotes come to my mind. In one of his quotes, they mention, if I can get to a server faster, right, from my laptop and a MacBook, why do I even need a hard drive in my laptop, right? And what he mentioned, almost few years and decades ago, is a reality we are living today, right? Many of us, in fact, I have a lot of my own documents are on cloud. Even if I lose my machine, my laptop, my phone, nothing is going to get lost, right? And that is the age that we are already living in. So it's not that we have not made journey to cloud, we have made a lot of steps towards cloud already. In the earlier session, Roman talked about N is equal to 1 kind of a customer experience. Many of us are today, in fact, are living in that kind of a world, right? We all might be users of Netflix, we might be users of Uber, right? A lot of these really nice applications that have been adopted with very minimal, kind of trainings, learnings. Imagine the scale of Uber and the likes, right? Very little training has been done to people to adopt these platforms, and a lot of that has been possible because of the way they were thought through. They were architect, and they were one of the most important part is were born on cloud, right? Now today, if we look about pandemic, right, a lot of things have changed in the last 2 years. Many organizations had to think about how differently you work in a remote, distributed environment where many of your employees may not even be able to come to your office, right? These are the new realities that we might have to live in future as well. And that requires a very different kind of a thought process, different kind of an architecture for us to think about. At the same time, if you see the growth of business which has happened, many of the Indian organizations have done really well in the last couple of years. And one of the reasons is we've been able to react as well as respond very fast. And the core ingredients in many of these cases has been the usage of a public cloud. Because not only that gives you a competitive advantage to do things faster, because we are living in a world where no more, you can just rely on a product or service and assume that you are the only provider of that. Somebody else will come up with an even better version of that or better idea than that. So the speed and the time of actually coming to market becomes your competitive advantage to start with, right? And cloud is one of the areas where typically when you look at a typical software development life cycle, it used to be a two-step process, right? Where somebody would try and architect and build something, then somebody would take it into a production kind of a setup, right? Now it is all completely seamless. As you start building, you can start rolling out, right? So it's a very different world that we have started living today. And I'm hoping this is the panel that will provide a lot of perspectives around examples and the journeys they would have seen in their own experiences. So let me start with first come to Sandeep, right, and talk about his own experiences on the journey to cloud, and has it really been faster, better, and cheaper as well?
Yeah, hey, thank you very much, Vivek. And
start it.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Good morning. Very happy to be here. So I come from Veeam Software. I'm the managing director for Veeam India and SARC. And while the subject of discussion today is cloud being the bedrock for innovation and digital transformation. We as an ecosystem player have a very important role in accelerating this digital journey that every organization today is going through. So we've seen a lot of change over the last more than a decade. A decade back, the world used to be more physical than virtual, and now it is becoming more cloud. And what's really happening is, while the technology around infrastructure and security applications has gone through a major transformation, but the landscape around data protection and security has not kept pace, with the transformation that we've seen. And that is a very key, part of the IT ecosystem that we play in, because by securing your information and building a last line of defense, we believe that organizations can have more confidence in driving digital transformation and adoption of cloud. And I mean, some time back, I would hear about customers talking about, data protection, backup, and security being, an insurance policy. But if you really look at how things have changed, organizations realize that this is a very important piece of, the cloud journey, and they now think of data protection being the lifeline for any organization, because if you know that your data and your information is safe and secure, then you can really accelerate, your cloud adoption. So the question is not, if cloud or when cloud is already there. I think, when we spoke to more than, 3,000 customers globally, almost all of them said that they have adopted cloud in some way or the other. And, we believe that building the last line of defense is a very key element to driving this transformation.
Thanks, Sandeep. Very well put. I think data protection is one of the key questions that customers always ask for, right? And everybody is concerned about that. But I think the fact that you can ring fence it right in a manner and make it safe and secure, and more importantly, work in a distributed setup where you don't have to always worry about what is in-house versus what's kept outside my house, in that sense, is a key to that, right? Like you said, cloud is there, right? In fact, a lot of us today use cloud without even knowing whether we're using cloud. And I think that is the fact and the journey that we're going towards, making it so seamless that you will not be worried about where your data is till the time you have the security and the data being protected as well. But let me bring over Neeraj as well. Neeraj, you worked on a lot of open source system side as well, right? And you've been an entrepreneur as well as a mentor to many of the startups, students. So talk about that to us as well, right? And share your experiences.
Sure. So SUSE being a 28-year-old open source company, many of you would have probably known us because of our Linux environment. Those of you who subscribe to probably PC Quest could download, take that CD and install Linux on your laptops. So we've been known for our Linux environment for a long time. And recently we entered 2 new football fields. Apart from Linux, it's enterprise container management. I guess many of those in this room would be moving their applications to open source as you modernize them and move into Kubernetes and containers. So that's the second football field where a lot of open source technologies are being deployed by us. And the third one is edge, where probably with 5G and even without 5G, a lot of smart devices and applications are talking open source technologies. So we see a good amount of action across all these 3 flavors. AI, ML powering a lot of edge, smart devices with containers, connected cars expected to have containers on the car, security cameras using GTP3 algorithms to actually end-to-end have a process without even connecting to any cloud, but needing the ability to have an over-the-air update and upgrade. So a lot of open source adoption is what we see. We've been seeing it for a while, but now more so than ever before. And as cloud takes over a lot of the action, especially post pandemic and even before, we see that the adoption is increasing. a lot of the large organizations that we work with, irrespective of whether they are in automotive, chemical, pharma, oil and gas, defense, there is an increasing appetite for open source. Of course, there are DevOps teams that are being cultivated, and with lack of, or not lack, but a little bit of scarcity on talent, there is a bit of a slowdown that happens once in a while, but I see that open source clearly is coming out as a winner in some of these areas. Yeah.
And also talk about the mentorship that you do as well.
Absolutely. So as SUSE, we have an open source community that we have, and we've deployed various platforms and forums where we bring together open source developers, we bring together open source DevOps consultants. We offer a lot of our training online. It's free for those who want to acquire new skills around technology. And from a mentoring standpoint, what we essentially do is we work with a lot of startups, a lot of the new fintechs, a lot of the new innovators who are coming up in supply chain, as some of the Deloitte consultants mentioned. They are looking at support from us when they are moving away from traditional legacy applications and modernizing them onto more container-driven applications. So we mentor a lot of the startups from that perspective also.
Thank you. I think interesting points from an open source perspective, as well as how it will also shape in the way when the 5G comes out, and in fact a lot of it has been in the press in the last couple of days as well. It's just a matter of time when we will start seeing the real 5G in the Indian market as well. Many new use cases will also start becoming live, right, using these technologies at the edge as well. And you talked about connected cars and so many other ecosystems where this is enabling that kind of ecosystem play as well, right? So thanks for sharing that. Let me move to you, Sapna, right? Sapna, you are an architect, you are a hands-on techie, right? Talk about that and right, how it's been your experience as well.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Vivek. And yeah, hello everyone. And I'm from Successive Technologies, where we believe in creating a very flexible, scalable, cheaper and future-proof platform for our customers. And with that idea, I would like to bring an example of an application that we started around 4 to 5 years back, when the cloud and this modernization, or I would say cloud native development, was kind of very new. And at that time, that is media and advertisement tech, where the end goal was to build a reporting platform, which in media industry, if any one of you are from there, you know like how much manual work is there. So when we started with a small MVP of single application of the media domain, and that we and at that time we thought like it is taking 3 to 5 months or 6 months only to build an MVP. So at that time we created a concept called BRP, we call it build ready prototype, where we create an application deployed to cloud in all the automated ways. We created a platform initially which took some time, at least 2 months initially, but after that all the MVPs, or we can call it BRPs, that the organization use for pitching their client, we can build it in a week, and nowadays we are building it in a day. And if I talk about the platform, how much it is scaled as of now, we started with a single application. Now that platform is handling around 30 applications with 300 plus microservices, and all of that using the cloud, and we can build the entire platform in a week by creating the entire platform means deploying the application, creating the infrastructure. So for that we have used all the open source that Neeraj also talked about, like Kubernetes we are using, because there are certain requirements now to have it cloud agnostic, because not everyone want to utilize the single cloud these days. So that is how we automated everything, and similarly we are moving towards the modernization, and if there is any application that we are building from scratch, then we are totally moving it towards the cloud native development.
Sure, thanks, Sapna. I think you covered two very interesting points, right? One is the build ready prototype that you talked about, and the second is how using microservices, Kubernetes, and the entire technology stack, how you have been able to move the needle from weeks to actually days, right?
Yeah.
And that in earlier time frame probably would have been not possible if there was no cloud on that, right? So thank you for that. Let me move to Haja. Haja, you've been part of IBM and you've been also working in a lot of hybrid cloud kind of a setup as well, right? Share your experiences as well, please.
Hi, it's nice meeting you all. Myself Haja, and I am a partner for hybrid cloud service for India and South Asia market from IBM. So my team is more focused towards setting up the cloud environment, advising clients onto moving on to cloud, either build or modernize their existing landscape and subsequently manage them over a longer period of time, taking into consideration the complete TCO for the clients, right? So we are seeing a lot of focus on digitization with the onset of the pandemic, and overall from a digital perspective, right, when the transactions are quite unpredictable. What we are seeing is there is a huge fluctuations in the volume of transaction that needs to be processed. So there is suddenly there is a lull period and there is a sudden increase in the amount of transaction that needs to be processed. So the environment needs to be available, it should be optimal, and it should be scalable based on the volume of transactions to be processed, right? So a couple of examples that I want to share based on the experience that we have had. So we are managing the FASTag application for one of the large banks. With the onset of pandemic, with the lockdown, we saw that the volume of FASTag transactions went extremely low because hardly there were any traffic on the roads. And after the pandemic was done and FASTag was made mandatory, we saw the transactions leapfrogged 20-30 times within a month, right? So the transactions are supposed to be processed in a timely manner. Onboarding of clients are important. It needs to be done at a faster pace. And at the same time, the transactions as we move towards the highway needs to be processed faster. On top of it, there are regulatory requirements on the speed and performance by which all these transactions will have to be processed. So we have to be dependent on cloud infrastructure to be available for us to really scale this application, take the volume of transaction forward, and also when the transactions are going to below normal, we are expected to also optimize the cloud cost that is there, right? So cloud played a very important role during this particular pandemic, pre as well as post. The second example that we're looking again, another bank, where they were looking at onboarding of corporate clients faster. The speed at which how they are onboarding retail clients in today. Not only just about onboarding, they wanted the application to be available 24/7. They want the onboarding to happen 24/7. Lending processes to be handled all through 24/7 as well, right? So we have to bring in on cloud containerized platform which can process the transactions. Today, the client was taking almost 6 to 7 days to onboard a client, process all their transactions and get them on board. Today, it's a matter of 2 hours by when the client is onboarded and they are able to process transactions and they can even get their loans disbursed as such. So those are the speed at which they are looking at. So the key for cloud we are seeing is digital transformation, speed, agility, and most importantly, scalability. These are the key ingredients that we are looking now.
Thank you, Ajay. I think you touched upon two very important points, right? One, hybrid is a reality for many of our clients, right? I think in many of our clients, actually, hybrid multi-cloud is a reality as well, right? And you require very different kind of a skill set, different kind of an approach, different kind of tools, technology behind it to manage something like that, right? And it resonates back in the kind of skills also that you require in any organization. And the second is, you mentioned like a lot of times the cloud is only spoken about when the scale has to come, and scale doesn't necessarily mean it has to go only up, right? And pandemic is a great example where many organizations actually see a very different side of the business as well. So it can actually help you with in areas where it has to scale down as well, right? And both ways, it will be a cost-effective scenario for any organization to think about as well. So thank you for that. Let me bring over Pabla. Pablo, from your experiences, and you've been working again in hybrid cloud with a lot of ML and analytics kind of space as well. And in past, you also led the Microsoft 365 business in India. Share your experiences to this group as well, please.
Sure, thank you so much. I'm Jatinder Singh Pabla, and I lead sales and marketing for Singapore Technologies Telemedia Global Data Center. In short, it's called STTGDC. Just to give a quick perspective, we acquired a majority stake in TCS data center business around 6 years ago. So that is how we came to India, and we today have almost around 1/3 market share in India in terms of data centers. That's about me and my company. Personally, I started selling cloud somewhere in 2010 when most of these cloud services were in very infant stages. Even, in fact, Office 365 was called BPOS. I was at Microsoft at that point of time. None of the hyperscalers were present in India. The overall business was very low at that point of time. And when you compare to today, there has been a significant growth. Today, every year, almost $4 billion of cloud services are sold in India alone. Almost all hyperscalers are present. We generate almost close to 9,800 petabytes of data every month in India. So 1 petabyte is 1,000 terabytes. So that is the kind of growth which all of us have seen. Almost 50% of the infrastructure in enterprises are outsourced. So, which is glass half full. So you have got 50% outsourced, but 50% is still not outsourced. So the potential is again huge. What I have seen specifically are 3 trends which are occurring, which we'll continue to hear over and over during this conversation. One is, of course, hybrid cloud. Most of the companies who have seen successful cloud migrations have chosen hybrid cloud, and there are reasons for that. There are many applications who are perfectly fit for public cloud like productivity, but then there are applications which are more suitable towards private cloud because of sometimes regulatory issues, sometimes latency issues, sometimes you want applications to be near your location, and sometimes because of cost complications as well. But whatever is the case, whether it is private or public, ultimately people are outsourcing their infrastructure, and people who first choose or identify their success parameters and then choose the right technology with respect to private and public and choose the ultimate hybrid cloud have seen more successes. Second, as the growth significantly increases, there is more and more push which we have started seeing towards building green DCs. So, in fact, we have seen this in many other countries like Singapore, which almost stopped building new cloud infrastructure for a couple of years. So there were no new cloud infrastructure which was getting created. So those things are getting discussed right now, and those things needs to be solved, specifically knowing the power environment. And third is, of course, the data regulations and data policies. If we create a very proactive data regulation and policies, then we can become the provider for the world, and the growth can be immense. So you would have seen that the right kind of discussions have started happening in these directions, and I'm really confident that the growth which we have seen in past couple of years with cloud growing at almost 33%, that is going to continue for at least next 5 to 10 years. So I think we are in a good place right now.
Thanks, Pablo. I think you touched upon a very interesting point, right? I think it was mentioned in the last panel about the sustainability aspects associated with this industry. And given large part of IT cost for any big to large organization will be now on cloud, having cloud in a sustainable fashion, having a data center which is green, more and more will also become important for all of us to be true to the commitment that we have made, for all of us. So thanks for that. But let me jump on now to the next level of detail, and let me start with you, Haja. Right? What do you see in your perspective is the reason why there is so much fanfare about cloud, right? And should one think about, should you be native in cloud? Should you have a brownfield setup where you have to migrate things to cloud? I think Romil talked about lift and shift, right? Should you just do the easy part, which is lift and shift, or should you think about going into platform as a service and platform way going forward? What's your perspective on that?
Yeah. So the key reason, Vivek, right? Today, mainly we are moving on to cloud. Our clients focusing on moving on to cloud, right? Three parts. Number one is speed. That's playing a very important role today because what used to be clients okay to wait for 6 months, a year for a project to go live, they are no more ready to wait because time is of essence today. The business is very competitive. The whole ecosystem is moving at a much faster pace, right? So the reason why majority of the clients are moving on to cloud, for number one is speed with which you can start the delivery, right? The second part of it, of course, cost plays a very important part. When we look at cloud from a cost perspective, we shouldn't just look from just as an infrastructure as a cost or a software as a cost, right? There are a lot of other cost element involved. What is the productivity? What is the speed at which we are able to go forward? What is the opportunity loss if there is a delay in the project? All of those, right? Earlier, if somebody wants to start a project, even if they need to set a dev environment, they need to buy the hardware, set up this whole environment, buy the software, negotiate. And the environment setup itself is to take like 8-10 weeks before even you can start writing your first line of code into the system. Today with platform as a service, you are able to spin the platform, spin the environment, and actually start your whole development probably in a week's time, right? And then get the whole part moving. And there are instances where clients are not even ready to wait for a week. They have an idea, they wanted to get into the market, they want a prototype to be tested, they want to move forward. What do we need to do? Like an idea to go live, right? It's probably like 5 to 10 days. Clients are more interested to say, can I look at a low code, no code platform while I look at migration into a larger part? Can I use this low code, no code, go live, take the feedback of business, view the way that what clients are actually looking at, and then take this forward, right? So those are coming up. The key part here, while the whole speed, agility, and cost is being taken into consideration, from a longer run, the most important part to take into consideration is the whole architectural decision. What is the model by which we are going to deliver? Are we going to use the headless architecture that we are talking about? Are we going to have an event-driven architecture? What are the parts that we are going to bundle, unbundle as such? How are we going to define the APIs that we are going to use? How are we going to set up the microservices, etc., right? All these are key, and the decision of cost, decision of speed is not dependent on what you are doing today. It is about how you are making yourself future ready as well. So these are all are the key ingredients and reasons why which clients are eventually moving on onto the cloud space, and we are also looking at how do we accelerate onto cloud.
Sure. And I think one follow-up question on that, many a times most clients are also worried about if you go and build something using a lot of cloud native services, will you actually get locked in that platform, right? What is the exit path? Because while it's easy to adopt, easy to go in, easy to build also, but then many organizations also think about that. What's your experience in that area as well?
Yeah, that's a bigger challenge, right? Because majority of the clients are concerned about lock-ins that are there, because sometimes it is easier to get in, but for us to get out, right? Because by the time when clients decide that they need to move out of one cloud environment to another or change the way in which it is working, the data out is going to be pretty expensive, right? So that is the key ingredient which is to an extent at times making the clients to decide whether to be on-prem or cloud. That's why the architectural decision comes into play, because from an overall environment and a platform perspective, the decision that needs to be taken today should take into consideration where it is going to be 5 years, 10 years down the line. One of the pitfalls that I have seen with cloud is also that whenever you are buying an on-prem hardware, there is a capex cost that is involved, right? So you upfront think about what is going to be the cost. You have various approvals that are needed. With cloud, as you grow, it becomes more like a OPEX cost. So you go ahead and then try to add a few $10,000 or a $20K and then move forward. Eventually increases your overall TCO. So the key part is to take a call, future readiness. How are you building your environment today which are going to safeguard yourself for the future? The second important aspect to look at it is whichever is going to be data intensive, look at it to say that a hybrid cloud model of keeping some of them on-prem so that you are able to take a call. So that's why it's important to decide on the architecture and also decide on the multi-cloud model that we need to adopt here.
Sure. And coming to you, Pablo, you would want to add to this thought process?
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, sure. I think cloud as a technology is already proven and given. So I don't think there is any reason to say why people will not move to cloud. The good thing about specifically India is that there are multiple drivers, reasons to move to cloud, and which is driving all this acceleration. As I said, 50% is already on cloud and less 50% will move to cloud. Whether it is private or public cloud, let's forget that for a moment, but 50% will move to cloud. And there are a couple of reasons. One are the traditional reasons. So time to market is a very strong reason. Things are always available for people to utilize. Scale, you can scale as much as you want. Let me also give you a perspective of the scale. As I said, we have almost 1/3 market share, and all data centers put together, our data centers can host almost close to 20 lakh 1U servers. So you can think about it, what is the capacity of India data center industry? We're talking about 50 to 60 lakh 1U servers, which provide all these cloud services. So that scale, that capacity is available to customers almost at a moment's notice, and that provides the scalability. Availability, of course, is given. It provides almost 100% availability. We provide 100% availability to most of our customers. TCO is given. Access from anywhere, any time is given. So all these things are traditional drivers, have already been proven, and which were working for last 10 years, and because of which almost 30 to 40% customers moved. What also happened in last couple of years, one, of course, the pandemic happened, during which most of us found that our disaster recovery plans needed disaster recovery, in fact. So most of them didn't work. The BCP plan typically were not able to provide us business continuity. So almost in a month, many of us had to rework, refurbish our DR, BCP plans, our infrastructure, and made it work. That drove good amount of cloud migrations because people had to move fast, and there was no other way for them to move unless they chose the cloud way. And these kinds of things, unfortunately, we'll have to be ready for that. So whatever happened with us in the past, people have taken a lesson, and even those who did not get impacted took a plunge that we will move to cloud. Then AI IoT, I think that has started taking shape now. There are more and more use cases which have started building up. There are robotics which have started building up. So that is driving good amount of migration to cloud, because there is no way for any organization to build their AI, IoT, ML applications if they do not use the cloud services, including the edge cloud. And of course, the last is the data regulations. We have seen that India is becoming more and more progressive in terms of data regulations, which is in fact mandating most of the organizations to have their data in India, process a good amount of data in India, and which is again driving the migrations to cloud, because they have to move, and there's no way for them to move at such a scale and such a fast way unless they choose either private or public cloud, which is the outsourced infra. So that's a good thing to have. Multiple drivers, no other way. In fact, it's a given. It's entirely up to the providers to capitalize on this opportunity and the customers to capitalize on the huge infrastructure which providers have built in advance. So it's a win-win situation for both.
Yeah, thanks, Pablo. I think one of the other area I think might be useful to add to what both of you mentioned is even a lot of migration is happening on the core application side. For example, many of the organizations in India use even basic ERP systems, right? Even the ERP systems are getting modernized and are getting ported into cloud. And there is a downstream benefit in terms of the kind of speed, the kind of visibility, the kind of reporting, whether it's about your daily inventory, daily sales, etc., that many organizations have now started also recognizing that, right? So it's not just about the fanciness of newer things, which obviously is the case in like an IoT kind of an example or connected car kind of example, but even the basic areas, right, where there are a lot of legacy applications which needed modernization, and now one of the lever used for modernization is getting them to cloud as well. So moving on, Sapna, I'll come to you, right? We talked about all the good things on cloud, and you've been a hands-on techie as well. What are the challenges that you think you have seen and maybe organizations typically face in such kind of a journey as well? If you can just highlight that.
Yeah, sure. So the major challenge I have seen while working in the project that I was talking about in a first part was deployment, like how faster you can deploy these microservices with zero downtime, because these days people require our business shouldn't interrupt. So, and second thing is testing of these microservices as a single application was quite a challenge. And sometimes it happens like people require a new environment for different business purpose. Let's say they wanted to introduce a UAT, or let's say they want to introduce a pitch system, so they require a new environment. So setting up these environment very quickly were challenged to us initially. So how we solve these challenges? So the first one, which is infrastructure side, we automated the entire infrastructure, which we call today IAC, using any of the IAC technologies. It doesn't have to be Terraform or CFT, so whatever your team is comfortable with. And second is testing. So what we did, we built our entire system using the automation, as I said, and we introduced the integration testing into the platform. And as a part of it, we trained our quality analysis team in order to automate using the latest technologies, let's say for web applications, the JavaScript based like Cypress or CodeSep. So we train people around those technologies, and all the testing, whether it is a smoke, automation, or end-to-end, those are automated using these technologies, and we have integrated that into the platform. So now whenever someone is deploying anything, the end-to-end system is getting tested, the report is published to you, report is emailed to you, that too in the automated fashion. You don't have to do a daily check on those reports. Whenever someone is doing any deployment, you will get to know about it. And one thing that I mentioned is zero downtime deployments. So for that, modernization is also coming to picture in that part, because your not only your infrastructure should support zero downtime, your application should also support this. So there was one instance where in this, because we were using this huge microservice based architecture, so in that we introduced the GraphQL as well, and people were using the publish and subscribe kind of method in that. And at that time we faced some issues while making our application high availability, because you need to have multiple instances of the single system running. So at that time we saw, like in application, there was one thing missing. Was it is very small thing for a developer, but it can cause a big problem, like state management, how you are managing state, whether you are managing that state globally or not. So that was kind of a very big challenge when it comes to your big enterprise application. And after that, that was kind of a learning as well for us. So what we did, we created multiple starter kits based on all the modern technologies that we have, and we kept all of these best practices into those kits, so that, let's say if we are building a new application, then we should have all the learning from our previous application improved in our new application. So that kind of things we have introduced. And the last part is when your application, the production, how you are monitoring your application and how you are providing support to it. So at that time we followed, it is a Google based concept known as SRE, Site Reliability Engineering Practices. So that we have introduced in all of our application, where we are providing 24/7 support. Not only manual support, it is not we require 10 to 15 people working, only single person on call should work. As we have automated it, we have created various monitoring tools using cloud native or cloud native foundation supported, like Prometheus and Grafana. We have built lot of matrix exporters using that, and also created the alerting and monitoring system, created lots of dashboard that anyone can see, and it triggers the notification to, the concern, or you can say on-call SRE person to resolve that issue. So these kind of the challenges we face, and these kind of the solution we provided, and these are kind of a learning as well for us, which we are taking to our new application, or let's say new client we are building. Then we keep everything that we have learned from our past application into the frame.
Sure, thanks. How they're bringing to you also on the challenges bit, right? What's your perspective on the challenges to add on?
Yeah, so as we migrate to cloud, right, 3-4 challenges that we look at. Cloud, like as we have been speaking last 4 to 5 years, it has evolved, right? Migrating to cloud or using cloud is no more an IT journey. It is actually a complete digital transformation and a business journey, right? We don't need to see move to cloud as no more just a CIO's agenda alone, right? It's a complete business agenda. So how do we involve business into this whole journey is going to be extremely key, and at the same time setting the expectation of the business on this cloud migration journey is also extremely important. The second challenge that we normally have is the custom development that has been done on various packages or COTS applications which we have, because sometimes the business requirements are such a way that the existing standard packages may not meet, and due to the flexibility that is available, we would have built a lot of custom applications. When we are moving those applications to cloud, how are we going to handle this custom piece, right? Are we going to do a lift and shift and taking it in as such, or are we going to take away this custom piece and then either create an API or a microservice and then deploy them separately as such? So that is going to be the second challenge. And the third part of it, as we move into a headless architecture and we are building a lot of microservices. Probably earlier there were 40 or 50 applications which was taking care of the full landscape. Today that's possibly getting converted to 500 or 1000 plus microservices. Each microservice is looking like a small application in itself, right? How are we going to manage it and maintain it is going to be a critical aspect here. The other part that happens is scalability of the application with the microservice, right? So whether the application is required to scale or a certain microservice needs to scale. How are we going to set up this whole IT infrastructure and everything that is required from a scalability perspective? These are some of the key challenges that are faced today. On top of these business challenges, certain aspect on the skill perspective that are faced, right? How do we change the way that we are working? Because our people, the team members who are working today need to change from more of a waterfall model into an agile delivery model, number one. Number two, when they are doing a development, they need to think, like as Sapna was mentioning, to say that how do I bring in the right automation, how do I bring in the complete intelligent workflow into the scheme of things, so that we don't need 15, 20 people monitoring and managing the application. Rather, the applications are managed on its own, and there is 1 or 2 people available to provide the support on a longer run. So the thought process required need to change, building a resilient application in itself, which is self-reliable and self-sustainable. That is going to be extremely key.
One follow-up question on that, from a skill perspective, right? And I think it was mentioned in the last panel as well, right? We are living in an age where it's great resignation, right? So how does an organization ring fence the talent or provide opportunities, right? Or any other thoughts that you might have seen, which might be useful to upskill the talent that is there, or at least attract the talent that you require? Because cloud is not going to be delivered, as you rightly said, right? In the same way as you used to deliver what happened earlier as well, right?
So skill and talent, very, very difficult, right? Both to attract as well as to retain, part of it. And the way that I look at it, and then our organization focuses, is ensuring that they have a platform where they can innovate and have the flexibility to deliver as per the client requirements, right? So that is one part of it. The second part of it is ensuring that you have a future skills program, because what skill required today, 3 months down the line, that may not be the exact skill needed. there is a huge amount of products that are in the market which are coming up. Open source is making the life even more challenging with the newer set of tools and technologies and framework coming up every other day. So the way that we handle it is ensuring that the people have a platform to learn and upskill themselves and keep on adding newer and newer skills, and which they eventually use it in their deliveries as well. So that is one part with which we are able to both attract as well as retain the talent.
Sure. I think moving on to you, Neeraj, I think cloud, as we all understand, is not only just about what an organization can do on its own, right? It requires different kind of skills. It requires different kind of an ecosystem that you have to work with, right? So what's been your experience? How does one orchestrate this entire ecosystem that is required to make things in a platform way, right, in cloud especially?
Yeah, Sapna spoke about the 360-degree view that she had on cloud adoption and migration of workloads to cloud. Where we as an ecosystem player, come in picture is essentially delivering or giving more confidence to our customers in ensuring that the data is always secure and protected and building the last line of defense while they go on their cloud journey. And there are actually several headwinds that organizations have to face as they move on to the cloud. One of them that we've seen kind of really impacting businesses is security and cyber threats and ransomware particularly. There's been like 7x increase in the ransomware attacks over the last 12 months or so. We've also observed that over 60% of data backup and recovery jobs fail, and that definitely impacts the confidence. I just spoke about the talent that is required to move or migrate to cloud. And then of course one of the panelists alluded to the point around cloud lock-in. So these are the challenges, and what we believe is one way to alleviate or rather help our customers accelerate their cloud journey is to help them in moving to cloud, moving from cloud or moving within cloud. So these are the three scenarios where we help our customers. And just to give you an example, we've seen several government bodies and agencies, the smart city project that the government has initiated, where they are actually eliminating lots of tapes and moving their data to cloud. As an organization, if I were to talk about the trend, in the entire of 2021, we moved 500 petabytes of data, to cloud between our top three, cloud partners. And if you look at, that same transformation happening, all of that 500 petabytes of data, we just moved to cloud in 1 quarter of 2022. That's the fast adoption of cloud that, we are seeing in the market. The second scenario that I spoke about was moving from cloud, which means that if you want to really move workload from cloud to on-prem, is that possible? Because definitely customers are looking at confidence in or rather the flexibility to move away or back from cloud to on-prem. And one classic example of that is one of our telecom partners who is a big adopter of M365. So while the uptime responsibility is with Microsoft, but the data responsibility is a shared responsibility, which means that the customer actually does own the responsibility of securing the data, and hence moving the M365 data or backing it up back on-prem is something that we have helped the customer. That definitely drives a lot of confidence in adoption of SaaS-based technology. We are doing that for Salesforce data as well. And last but not the least, when we talk about cloud lock-in, there is definitely a need of having the flexibility to move workloads within clouds. okay, in a multi-cloud scenario where the ability to either migrate workloads or replicate from cloud A to cloud B is something that we are able to deliver for our customers. And that definitely drives a lot of confidence that, yes, if that ability is there, we can really accelerate on the cloud journey.
Yeah, I think you bring in a very important point, right? From while adoption to cloud is important, managing both what you do on cloud, on how you do, what services to take, what kind of databases to select, what kind of servers to select. There are a lot of choices to be made, right? And how do you then change it over a period of time? How, with the speed that you respond, right? So that you are actually not burning the dollars that you should be burning. And you make some smart choices. So cloud FinOps is one of the capabilities we take to our customers as well. Yeah. And that is one area where we have seen a lot of traction in terms of how you can more continually monitor what you're doing and actually start cutting the things that you don't need, because it's easy to use, easy to adopt, but that's why the cost will also go up if you don't manage it very well, right? Again, I'm looking at the time that we had, right, and very quickly summarizing a lot of interesting thoughts. So first of all, thank you for all the panelists for sharing your thoughts. I think I'm just summarizing a few of the key thoughts. First of all, I think, okay, sorry, please go ahead, Neeraj.
Yeah. So maybe just a couple of points that I also wanted to share on what he mentioned. So one is cloud scale becomes a very interesting topic, and chaos engineering is something that I would want all of you to kind of focus on. I mean, one of the studies that we saw was during pandemic, the HR portal for checking on what to do when somebody is depressed, the consumption went up by 65%. We had work from home, and that created this. Or 500 rupees note go up, next day morning Bheem consumption goes up. There's an advertisement which talks about lead content high in noodles, suddenly a supply chain consumption goes up, supply chain application consumption goes up. So be ready for such chaos in your organizations. Loyalty management solution can be ignored, but CRM needs to be focused on. It doesn't happen that way. So when you talk of scale, as you are modernizing applications and moving away from virtualization to containerization, make sure that you treat your containers across Amazon, Azure, Google, Edge, data center, cloud, on-premise, treat them as equal citizens. So we deploy solutions which help customers look at all these Kubernetes deployments as a single citizen or as a uniform citizen. So that's very important from a scale perspective. Second, what you should also look at is supply chain security. Sandeep touched upon that. So in supply chain security, when you are building an application, and as Sapla mentioned, if a DevOps engineer is building an application, he's actually, maybe not your team, but somebody could be using code from a library. What if 3 lines of code were malicious? So when your application is being built on containers, while container is inherently secure, make sure that supply chain security is built in, and there are various layers, whether it's during testing, whether it's during staging, whether it's during deployment, or at an early stage while you're building. Build security into the process of supply chain itself. And third and last is runtime security. Many of the companies who are in payment gateways, who are offering online payment solutions, who have applications where security becomes a very crucial element. Real-time security visibility is super crucial, and that's one of the areas where we've been working very closely with BFSI, healthcare, and a few segments where we've done what we call real-time security assessment, and it's called application behavior monitoring. So imagine a consumer who's looking at a customer portal and he logs in there. From there, he's looking at his loyalty points. From there, he's updating his email ID in CRM. Now, this path is an acceptable path. But if somebody directly tries to touch the CRM system, that's not an acceptable path. Do you have the ability to keep a real-time track of how many such calls are happening across applications and which paths are permissible and which are not? So these are what we call runtime security and real-time security aspects, which we focus on, and that's something that you should also look at very, very crucially. Last but not the least, I mean, if India wins the cricket match or cricket toss, you will suddenly have users moving from 5 million on that mobile app to 35 million in less than 3 minutes. And if Tendulkar gets out or any of the current cricketers get out, it drops from 35 million to maybe 50,000. This sudden rise and drop that you see, this requires a very different aspect of scaling. Yeah, you can't write scripts to manage something like this. And don't be under the impression that this happens only on a mobile app for cricket. It can happen on any of your businesses, whether you're making chocolates or shoes, whether you're an industrial chemical company or an automotive company, it could happen anywhere. So scale, supply chain security, and runtime 3 security. These are 3 very important aspects as you look at cloud. So I just thought I'll share these aspects which are quite interesting.
Yeah, no, thanks. Absolutely spot on, Neeraj. I think all great points. So I think we touched upon, right, how, and many of the examples that you mentioned, Neeraj, now are also business-enabled thoughts, right? How cloud is actually enabled a business-enabled transformation, right, in all of these. And ultimately, the goal is the digital transformation. And how the speed and the scale can be up as well as down, as you mentioned, right? How it is important to get a 360-degree view, right? And that 360-degree view is not just about looking into that cloud or hybrid infrastructure or a spread over infrastructure across multiple clouds. Actually, combination of all of them together, right? How you can build something like that? How do you automate the entire, the chain, right, from the development pipelines to the infrastructure as a code that Sapna talked about earlier, so that there is end-to-end automation in that entire flow. If you don't have that, right, in terms of the scale and the talent, then at some point things will break, right? And you want to have that kind of automation in testing, right? So many different areas where you can automate. And then more importantly, as you move on cloud, what I talk to my customers is, if you are looking at cloud to be your run IT organization, let the IT run itself, right? Why do you have to worry so much about it? So let the hyperscaler take care of what it has to take care when you have set it right, architect it right, what Raja mentioned. When you've taken all the right decisions, then it should run on its own. Have all the security elements embedded so that the data is protected, the privacy is taken care of, right? So that you don't have to worry about it later. But once it is there, then it should run, it should scale up and down, right? And it goes in terms of the usage as well. And all the other things, I think the ransomwares will not go away, the cyber attacks will keep on happening. These are all realities we'll have to deal with. I think we have to also realize that the hyperscalers have put in a lot of these security mechanisms in place than many even large organizations may or may not have, right, in our country. So relying on that, so it's an addition of our security that we have as an enterprise in addition to what the hyperscaler has. That combined factor actually makes it a lot more secure than what you have otherwise. But these are some of the thoughts. Thanks again for all the panelists for coming in, sharing your thoughts. I hand back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur, for moderating the session so well. So this brings close to the panel discussion 1. You have your group photograph? Group photograph, Leo? So, okay. We have a break of 15 minutes, tea break. I would request all the delegates to join us back at 12:15. We would be having a session 2, panel discussion on responsive supply chain with cloud. Thank you. Thank you for being patient. Can I request everyone to please settle down? We are starting with the session, panel discussion 2. So the panel discussion 2 we are having is on responsive supply chain with clouds. And we have very good eminent panelists with us to discuss on the subject. I would like to invite Mr. Monojit Majumdar, the partner Deloitte India, who is the session moderator, to set the contest and do the opening remarks. I would also like to invite other panelists for the session. Mr. Kalyan Munpuri, founder and CEO, PI Data Center. Mr. Anupam Mishra, Head of Technology and Solutions Architect, AWS India and South Asia. Mr. Karan Kriplani, Cloud Head India Entity Limited. Mr. Anuj Bairati, founder and CEO, CII Future India. Mr. Rajinder Jeet Singh Chandiok, Lead Alliance Adani Connexet. So I would request all the panelists to be here. And with this, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Majumdar. Over to you, Mr. Majumdar. Thank you. Yeah. Mic. Can you please open all these mics?
I'll wait for a minute for Anupam to join us.
Yeah. I think Anupam is here.
Thank you.
Yeah, over to you, Mr. Machu.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And that's the beauty of starting a session right after a tea break. We can be relaxed, and we will be relaxed. So let me start with an example. I mean, for the last 1 hour or even longer, we have heard about the virtues of cloud. Let me start with a personal experience of a failed initiative that probably would not have been a failure had we have done it in the new world of cloud. So I'm talking about an auto manufacturing organization. They were trying to implement a supplier ecosystem in India, which would be indigenously built in Indian component. They are trying to build a truck, and they wanted about 60% of that to be completely indigenized. We were conceptualizing a supplier portal. It was an interesting concept in the form that it was trying to look at a whole view of the supplier ecosystem. So just one screen description of that particular application. You will click on a map and you will type a commodity and you will see who are the potential suppliers who are top 10 based on their data. And you will also look at whom they supply to. Do they supply to your competition? They look at their financial credentials, look at an overall view, and contextualize that entire information in your existing systems to see whether they are a good supplier for you or not. Now, if you heard this particular business context, there are a few things that needs to happen technically. First of all, we have to integrate a lot of external and internal data and external and internal systems. We have to connect to a few syndicated systems to get the public and normal domain information that's available for that particular organization. And then we have to contextualize it and then we have to make it actionable, meaning an agent who's looking at the supplier ecosystem has to look at this application and decide on something. We created that application, took us around 6 months, we implemented it. System ran very well for 3 months, then things started failing. Data will not get updated on time, we will not get the right information. The change that the business needs to make this enabled is not going to happen as quickly as it's required, all of that. 6 months out, there was barely any user of that particular application. Sounds like a very familiar story, right? Now, fast forward to today's world. What would have happened had I have done this entire thing on cloud? Now, this is hypothetical, but the first thing I would have done is not to build the requirement specification for such an application. I would not have spent a time about 8 weeks to capture and create a very detailed requirement and then chase this elusive concept called sign off of this document to come back with a required set. I would have done what my most favorite author on cloud architecture, a gentleman named Gregor Hoff, calls thinking in derivatives. Now, for those whose algebra is not as clear as it used to be like 15-20 years back, thinking in derivatives means you will think of not of a steady state, but of a constant change. That's the term he uses. And that would mean I would build a skeleton of an application and the basic infrastructure, I will get the data right, and I will start building in feature. I will start building in what is referred to in the previous session as DevSecOps, which will push the change and continue to refine the change. I'll make sure that application is built on a microservices component and not a monolithic one, so that any change is possible. But most importantly, I will make the application agile enough to comply with the changing requirements of my supplier ecosystem. The presumption which made me fail in that initiative is I am building a static system. With cloud, I'll try to build a dynamic system where change would be the only constant. The way we are going to do this panel, ladies and gentlemen, is to have our eminent panelists talk through their point of view. They will talk between 3 to 5 minutes and they will focus on one particular feature that they feel comfortable with on the topic. Once we do that, we'll have some questions and we'd like to make it as interactive as you would like it to be. We'd like to make it have your questions directly asked, unpleasant questions, your apprehensions and thoughts that make you believe at the back of your head that whatever I have heard for last 1.5 hours is a mere theory and may not be implemented. We would like to address those questions right first. With that perspective, I would go with the panelists. I'll go with you, Anupam, first. Oh, you are on my left. I thought you were going to be on my right. Never mind. So let's start, Anupam. You work on AWS, right? The largest cloud services provider. You have seen it all. Or maybe there is yet to see. So let's talk a little bit about what's your point of view on this what we call a responsive supply chain. And the keyword I would request you to focus on is the word responsive, which means we need to respond to something. Your views, please.
Thank you, Mr. Manojit. Yeah, you said you're yet to see. Of course, we're yet to see, but I think it's good to tell a little bit about my background because I feel very humbled and privileged because I joined Amazon almost 14 years back when cloud was not invented. It was not a term. And I was working on some of the engineering teams which were building things which we used to call components. We used to say, okay, you are launching a service which needs a lot of storage. We have a component for you. If you have some kind of needs for reliable messaging between two things, we have a component for you. And then over time we realized, okay, these components will be great things for a lot of other people who are not in Amazon as well. Why don't we make it a service so others can also use? And I can reflect on life as an Amazon engineer, where you would generally see a team of 5 to 10 people. We call them two pizza teams, of course a US term because the pizzas are much larger there. It's shared by many people, generally like 7 to 8 people. And those teams are autonomously driving so much innovation. And the reason they were able to do it was a lot of hard work and heavy lifting or grunt work, whatever we call it, was solved for them. So not everybody is inventing how should I store. Not everybody is thinking about how do I share messages and do other things. And then over the journey which I have had with Amazon across Seattle, San Francisco, London, and then finally to India last year, I have seen so many customers who have got immense benefit in terms of what they can do from cloud. But when it comes to the question which Mr. Manojit asked, how do we have a responsive system built for customers, and every customer needs responsiveness. For example, nobody wants to send a mail or a package and not know whether it is reached there or not. Everything needs to have some end-to-end visibility. And I do believe cloud has enabled all of us to send status, be it integration, be it bringing things together in a much more coherent and easier way. And we're going to go more into details of that. And I think it is adding to customer experience. It is adding to more business value. For example, you can detect inefficiencies and leakage in your supply chain models, and also provide a much better end-to-end visibility of what is happening in the systems.
Thank you, Anupam. Anuj, this discussion has to be a bit futuristic, and we talked about large number of pervasive devices. I counted in the last session, we talked about AI, ML. AI is not ML, but we talked about them together for about 15 times, right? How do you see the future of supply chain in a very practical term, given your context in the Indian market? What we can do to make it real, practicable implementation of all these technologies?
Yeah, thank you, Manojit. I completely concur with views of Anupam about cloud supply chain transformation happening on cloud. Before we talk any further on supply chain, I would like to mention cloud is amongst one of the most disruptive technology of this century. Whatever resources you are looking forward for is available on public internet within few seconds of time. CIOs are completely tension-free today. They need not have to upgrade their infra and everything else. And it's just a matter of few clicks, you can deploy everything possible on the cloud. Supply chains networks, which have been completely evolving over the period of last many years. It's needless to say that with the cloud implementation around IoT, Internet of Things, robotic process automation happening, artificial intelligence and machine learning, smart contracts on blockchain, it is evolving even further. You have, with the IoTs and artificial intelligence and machine learning, you can completely, manufacturers or and maybe the distributors, they can completely forecast the accuracy of the demands. They can project the requirements very well. The ecosystem has become more predictable. There's a better capacity utilization, reduced shipping costs, lower inventory cost, and so many other benefits are available for the manufacturers and the complete chain in the ecosystem. Other than this, the demand, the most important thing we have witnessed with our customers or maybe the supply chain companies in India is about the demand forecasting. The demand, which used to be forecasted manually or maybe with a human mindset till few years back, is completely done through AI ML, artificial intelligence and machine learning. So the bots, in today's scenario, bots are forecasting the demands. Bots are forecasting what would be the demand of any particular distributor, dealer, or maybe the plants which has to procure the material from any warehouses or anywhere else. So it's like that. It is evolving. With IoT supplying a lot of data at various points, you have a lot of information available to play around. And cloud is really helping you with the transformation of all this information. At the same time, I believe the way it is evolving in coming next few years to come, the way people are settling the contracts today would also change. It would be settled via smart contracts on blockchain. Today we have disputes with our suppliers or maybe distributors on the payments and so on. Everything in coming next few years to come would be settled via smart contracts on blockchain. If Indian governments even permits digital currency, this would become even more easier. I think that future holds for the cloud.
Thank you, Anuj. I mean, we will hold on to a few follow-ons that we have on your briefing. Given the fact that any supply chain now has to be partially global, right? So on one hand, we talked before the session about the realities of or the real constant focus on localizing the regulatory and other requirement vis-a-vis this demand on global supply chain. How do you see that happening? But let me come to you, Kalyan. We talked about possibilities. We talked about smart contracts and blockchain, AI, ML, real-time responsiveness. All of that are very nice terms. You actually see it happening, or should I dare say make it happen, right? I was hearing your story before the session. You talked about setting up a humongous center. I come from a small town, and you are doing it not in a metro, not in a small town either, but that makes me even more intrigued about your case. Tell us a little bit about how this is all happening in real world. How do you see the supply chain applications being built, reacted, modified in your system?
Thanks for that.
Please carry on.
So yes, we are an indigenous data center and a cloud company. We are doing our part. So now coming to the supply chain, right? Let's step back. To me, it's not a technical problem. It's a business problem globally. What are some of the major challenges with supply chains, right? We see that fairly often supply chains are broken because they're suboptimal. The solutions were localized. One end doesn't talk to the other, and hence optimization, it is not overall optimized. That is typically a problem with any supply chain. I mean, it has been decades. Supply chain is fairly a mature topic, and cloud is a far more advanced topic, right? We are trying to see here how cloud can be an enabler to helping supply chains, right? Cloud by itself is not something which will magically solve the problem. Supply chain has a number of problems, and I think we are bringing cloud as an enabler. Now, if you further break down the supply chain, what are some of the biggest components, right? You have supply-demand mapping. How do you balance your supply and demand? How do you deliver faster, right? The speed at which you can deliver, which means how can you reduce your throughput time in your supply chain? If your supply chain is global, crossing across continents, then it's even more complex. You have many laws. You have multiple inventory points. You create an inventory hub in Turkey. You create an inventory hub in China. You create an inventory hub in Singapore. You have a 3PL. You have multiple 3PLs, for example, managing your goods, delivering your goods. From all the way from raw material inventory to semi-finished goods inventory to finished goods inventory and delivering it on the dock. It's a very complex problem.
And how can cloud help here, right? Because we talked about, I mentioned how suboptimal it is. This is where cloud can come in the form of, more specifically in the form of SaaS, to provide that integrated platform where you have that visibility end to end. When you have these supply-demand cycles, right, we have seen suddenly people going crazy and buying cars. Suddenly people going and buying, like for example, when 5G comes in, maybe a new series of phones will come, and then suddenly you need to be able to predict those, what is the demand, what is the season, and how the supply is going to be, both from an end consumer standpoint, or if it's a B2B, from a B2B standpoint, right? So these are certain things, and this is where cloud comes in, which is very, very powerful to balance those, which gives you those tools to do predictability analysis, to do real-time analysis, to do real-time course corrections. How do I reduce inventory at a certain inventory point, and how do I reroute my shipments or inventory to a different inventory point? If there is a war in a certain place where one of your inventory hubs is, you can't deliver the products through that hub. How do I quickly make those changes, right? By rerouting it through a different inventory point in a different continent, for example. We faced during COVID, right? There are 1 or 2 places through which goods were coming into India. It is extremely difficult situation. For example, we were ordering computer hardware, server hardware. It is extremely difficult to get these in and out. So this is where cloud can come in. It gives you that real-time visibility. It gives you that predictability analysis, and being able to be more agile to add. For example, I have a vendor-managed inventory, right? I have in one place, and if I need to add a new vendor, for example, into my VMI, you can do it in a matter of days versus a traditional architecture, for example. So these are certain things that cloud can enable, where it brings in efficiencies, it makes you go fast, it makes you do course corrections on demand, and then it will improve or reduce the throughput time by saving more cost. Not cost of the cloud. I'm talking about the cost of holding your goods for more than a certain period of time. There's a cost for holding that, right? The speed at which you deliver, you deliver, the less time your inventory is within your supply chain, the more millions of dollars you're going to save, especially if you're a big corporation. So these are certain things, I think. So it's a business problem we have, where cloud is an enabler to solve this problem.
Thank you, Kalyan. And on that note, let me refer to our pre-meeting discussion, Karan. We have a tendency to oversimplify things, right? We are talking of a generic supply chain or a generic operations. Now, for those, this is a CII forum, and we have representations from industry and various industries. As we talked about, supply chain in the context of a manufacturing industry and a leverage of cloud to do that, vis-a-vis CPP, FMCG industry, where basically it's a distribution problem, which cloud can solve as well. Your perspective on the varied nature of the problems and how we can solve it. Anything?
I'm glad you asked, right? Because when you talk about supply chain, I think it's a lot more relevant in the context of manufacturing. So let's look at the, take manufacturing of any component, right? Today, a modern television has what, 2,000 components? The cars we buy today, about 30,000 components. I think a modern Airbus or a Boeing has about 4 million components. Now, all of these manufacturers are bringing in parts from different suppliers, from different parts of the world, and these parts need to come in on spec, on time, and in budget, right? The systems supporting this massive, complex chain, they need to be scalable, they need to be agile, they need to be secure, they need to be connected to by various devices and from various locations. To my mind today, in the current context of industry, and especially in the current context of manufacturing, I don't think it's possible to do this without a cloud. It's, it would be incredibly complex to, Anuj's point and to Kalyan's point as well. This cloud enables these very, very complex value chains to be, agile, to allow them to scale, to be able to respond to unforeseen business environments. But it's not just within the supply chain, is it? It's the entire manufacturing value chain, starting with your supply chain, moving on to design and prototyping, then finally your actual production process, and then your distribution and putting the product in the hands of the actual consumer. And the cloud actually makes all those elements of that very, very complex chain a lot more agile, a lot easier than if you were to have a centralized location where your suppliers, your distributors, your transportation, vendors, your consumers all trying to connect to a central location, to a bunch of servers and disks on premise in a factory somewhere. No, I don't think that that's a scalable model anymore. Every element of that chain needs to be distributed from the cloud all the way to the edge. But to Kalyan's point, it's not just the cloud that's making this possible. It's other elements as well. It's your software that's making it possible, right? And Neeraj is here from SUSE. He was there on the previous panel. Sandeep is here from VM Software as well. Their products and their services actually make this very, very critical as well, to ensure that the software is supporting this. Its disaster recovery is in place, the resiliency is in place as well. So yes, while cloud is enabling this to a very, very large extent, possibly it's the most critical component, it's not really the only component as well.
Thank you, Karan. I mean, two words stuck to me when I was listening to last panel. One was, of course, chaos theory, the most exciting concept right now. So when you are talking of a supply chain and you talk of a chaos theory on top of that, the pervasive impact is the chain getting broken, right?
Of course.
So we'll come back to visit that question with you, Karan, and we'll also come back to understand beyond these promises, right? How do you make it a success that's repeatable? But let me come to you, Rupinder. You're a little far away, so difficult for me to keep an eye contact with you constantly. But let me set the perspective. So you are uniquely positioned in this panel, right? We are all doing something for our clients, right? Meaning our liability is limited to the success or failure of what we are doing to our clients. You are actually doing it. Let me put it that way, right? And you talked about your experience, you talked about your focus, your goals on data center, and you talked about a very important issue of sustainability. We are talking of power, we are talking of increased energy. What's your plan looking like? How do you think the transformation to cloud, if you get on the journey from your data center side, how do you expect this to play out from these dimensions?
Thank you, Monojit, for setting this context, and it's great to be a part of a panel like this, and we've got diversified inputs from every panelist, the one before and the one on this as well, right? Supply chain, we've been through really tough times, right? And what we've seen is that supply chains have to be more resilient, right? The ongoing change in demands, the ever possibility of actually predicting or forecasting to meet supply, to meet the demands with supply, that's a very pertinent challenge which is stuck to the supply chain context, right? We, as Adani Connects, we have, embarked on a journey where we are supporting the overall cloud infrastructure, not just from a core hyper-scale data center perspective, but the generic nature of supply chain being distributed, right? Karan pointed out that, cloud as a technology cannot just solve each and every problem. It's distributed in nature, right? So I have to reach a point wherein, I am talking to intelligent devices. I'm talking to, locations. We've seen, industries who have global supply chains, very pertinent problems, large automotive companies having multi-locational plants, each having their own, compute platforms, right? And they also are leveraging cloud globally. Bringing all of that data in real time, managing inventory, managing stocks and meeting the ever increasing demand, right? All that has to be met with a very core infrastructure, which is sustainable. So ultimately, we foresee that not just sustainable technology, but sustainability has to come in the supply chain as well, right? And sustainability cannot be driven through technology, I believe. It has to be enabled through technology, right? And in a manner that we create that entire ecosystem, right from bringing in creating green cloud or green computing at the essence, and then bringing that value upwards to the supply chain context. So that's more from that point, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Ravinder. That's wonderful, and it will be great to see how this journey plays out for you. I mean, as you build it up from ground up. So if I just summarize the conversation for last 25 odd minutes, there are a few keywords or themes that emerges. All of us have said there are tremendous possibilities. All of us have said one thing: cloud is not a solution to the problem, but all of us have said cloud is the solution of the problem. That's kind of self-contradictory, and I think the key way to distinguish this would be to look at cloud as a platform which enables us to go ahead and create some kind of an integration between various aspects of supply chain. And Anupam, when we talk of a platform, who else better than you, because you are the owner of the largest cloud platform that exists possibly in the universe right now, and it's growing faster. How do you see the platform that you are a part of, or in general, playing out that integration aspects to build and support these key features of the supply chain: resilience, just-in-time response, planning that's driven by analytical inputs and not mere thoughts at the back of our head? How do you see that happening? How is your platform gearing up towards it?
Sure. Thanks, Manojit. I was thinking, when we were talking this morning, we were talking about a key theme or a key philosophy we have, which is democratize technology for everybody. Make it so easy and simple that anybody can use it to solve the problems they want. And that is the foundational stone for all the things we do. For example, when it comes to APIs, how do we make it easy to integrate across various systems, various partners? How do we think about storage layer? How do we think about emerging technologies? That is a pretty common area these days. I think we used to call some of them as hype curves like machine learning, but we know it's here to stay. It has solved a lot of key problems. In fact, a lot of supply chain issues are now much easier to solve because of how much advancement has happened in some of the technologies which were not so present earlier, like be it blockchain, be it machine learning, be it Internet of Things becoming much common. Of course, some of these used to happen in small ways earlier as well, but now it has become much more accessible, much easier for people to adopt in a much reliable way. Now, when it comes to thinking about the various aspects of supply chain, I would just classify into 3-4 parts. One is thinking about the visibility, like the data is coming from a lot of places. How do you make sure the items which are going through the supply chain are very visible, which means tracking of the equipment and the items. It's also about the condition of those. Sometimes there are constraints on the items moving through the supply chain, be it cold storage items, be it some other hazardous materials. Then the second part is predictability of it. How do you predict the time it will take to reach a destination, forecasting how much you should procure in a given time. So that's where the machine learning plays a key part. And third part is visibility and optimization, where we think about items moving, but how do we optimize the process continuously? And optimization happens when you measure something. For example, if it is taking us from point A to point B X amount of time, and we create that as a benchmark, how do we keep optimizing it over time? And I think Manojit said it very well. You can't create a business requirement doc and say 10% is success to me. While 10% could be success for you today, maybe a year from now you want 15% more efficient and 20% more efficient. And finally, autonomous. I mean, thinking about what decisions need human beings and which decisions can be taken by machines much better. And for example, in Amazon, we have a large fulfillment network on the retail side of our business. And we have more than 480 million products which are available on Amazon. And the catalog and the forecasting of majority of them happens automatically. The orders which go out happen automatically as well. 99% of the POs are created automatically based on machines predicting when and how much items we need. The same goes through across the channel where we think about what else can be optimized, be it the location where these items are stored. For example, a product may be popular in North India versus South India. Where do we, which specific fulfillment center we keep more items versus less items? Which shipment methods we use when we deliver those items? And a lot of these are constraints, as Mr. Rupinder said. You have to think about sustainability, you have to think about the cost to the company, you have to think about the customer experience, and a lot of other factors. And I do believe these decisions can be taken by machines much better than human beings. And one of the examples from an Indian customer is very close to my heart, which is Apollo Tires. And all of us have interacted with buying tires one or the other time. And when the tire is moving through the supply chain, which is getting manufactured, going through various channels, delivery channels, as well as dealership networks, finally reaching the customer, what used to happen was some of those tires were identified as faulty by an end consumer. And whenever it's found faulty, the work which Apollo Tires had to do was send them back to the manufacturing unit or either reuse them in some other way or do some changes. Now with the using Internet of Things, they were able to predict, not just predict actually, look at the a 3D scan of the tire in the factory itself and not ship a tire if the machine is able to detect a failure at a much earlier in the supply chain. And it leads to a lot of other benefits. I think this is a very small example, but it's happening across the industry. Shipping industry is thinking about where they are spending, how do they minimize that spend. They are also thinking how do they give more control to your users in terms of cost of the network and other things. So I do feel a lot of possibilities in this, Manojit. I think we just have to define a problem and think about which part we want to optimize first given a business, and then rather than boiling the ocean as we call it, think about what is most critical thing to optimize and start on the journey. And I'm pretty sure people keep finding that, okay, this works, now let me sort out the other part.
Absolutely. And you mentioned something very important. You called it autonomous. Let's keyword here that we are hearing across the industry is a buzz around automation. Kalyan, automation to me are two things, simply put in English. A, making things that happening, let it happen in a way so that you don't have any intervention. And B, when there is a disruption, you notify it immediately to have a corrective action, right? In running a huge infrastructure, and I don't want to box your response on infrastructure only, so please feel free to move around application infrastructure whichever way you want to. But tell us, how do you see automation playing out in creation of a responsive supply chain? How do you see that happening?
See, automation has many, I keep doing that. Automation, especially when it comes to supply chain or even in a number of ways, even in a data center, for example, it's a mini supply chain in a way, the number of things that you do within a data center. And automation helps in many dimensions. One is people look at it as cost savings to some extent, which is correct. But I think more than that, it brings in a lot of efficiencies. And as Anupam said, it also helps you detect issues early on, especially when it comes to supply chain. If you take a semiconductor industry, for example, right, from going from a raw silicon wafer to a semiconductor chip that is going into a server or a phone or something like that, you know, it's a 3 to 6 months process. So the earlier you detect through this, using this automation in the supply chain, the earlier you're going to save more costs and then probably repurpose that for something else, or you downgrade the quality of that product and then send it into a separate category where you still make money out of it and not let it go waste. Because if it goes all the way through the supply chain and it goes into the finished good, and then if you detect it's a problem, then there is very little you can do at that point in time. So the early detection is important, just like cure when you have a disease. Absolutely. Right. So that's where you know, automation again comes in. The other thing is, I think with automation, with COVID, we have seen where, for example, in a data center, where similarly this could happen in a warehouse too, who is you know, supplying mission critical you know, goods like food or whatever. It's a very basic necessity for people in a pandemic, for example. Automation helps you drive your operations with minimal skeletal workforce. And of course, in the back end, it's cloud that's driving, and then somebody is sitting at their desk at home and managing, the operations where, instead of 200 people, only 20 people are operating the facility, and the rest is done through automation. And during things like pandemic, where people cannot go out in masses, automation helps in a big way. So technology in combination with a business process that will implement this automation, I think will yield a lot of good results.
So not to put you on a spot here, Kalyan, but if you have to predict top of your head percentage of the regular tasks that cloud would help automate, what would be a number that you have in mind out of 10?
I think in today's technology, the way it is, the combination of cloud plus, the combination of AI and a lot of other IoTs and other technologies, I think 90% can be automated.
No, that's really encouraging.
Yeah.
What does that do to this sizable scale of developer pool is a question we'll take outside this forum, but we'll take it separately. So again, coming back to you, Anuj, right? We talked about possibilities. Everybody in this room, and I don't need to even ask for a show of hands, would be aware of these two terms. POC, proof of concept. I'm sure everybody knows what that is. And the latest buzzword that we are using in place of POC is a term called MVP, right? Which is minimum viable product, something that we'll create as a basic feature. You talked about IoT. You talked about several different technology interventions. Give us your point of view. How many of this have really crossed the stage of earlier POC and now MVP? If they have crossed, what made them cross it? And if they have not crossed, why have not they crossed it?
So Kalyan mentioned about automation. So, and he said 9 out of 10 applications can be automated. There are few cases, there are few companies in US I have heard about. They are, most of their processes, almost 100% of their entire supply chain is completely automated. So robots are doing their part of work. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, you are forecasting inventory or maybe doing production according to the capacities, according to the demand forecasts which are coming up. And so you are sending the requirements, so you are sending the orders to your suppliers, so you are producing and sending it to your distributors. And hence the entire value chain of supply chain is happening automatically. So coming back to your question of POC, proof of concept, I would like to talk about one case which is very popular of Coke. Coke globally has been able to improve their revenues by around 7 to 8% in an year with adoption of supply chain automation. And how this is happening, they have millions of vending machines across the globe. For vending machines which are installed maybe at the health centers, they are able to understand with IoTs. They know that what kind of a supply has to be done at particular vending machine. And what kind of a demand is happening at that vending machine. At a multiplexes, you have different kind of a requirement. At the health facilities, you have different kind of a requirements. And hence, with the use of these technologies which I've been talking about in automation, Coke has been able to supply their products in the quantities as required at that particular vending machine. IoTs have been extensively be used, and at the same time, they are able to understand the products which are in more demand.
Fantastic. I will not name the client, but this was like 6 years back. The brief came to us saying we will do exactly what you said, except that we will use a crowdsourcing mechanism. And the two terms that were given to me at that point of time, and I'll admit in this forum openly, I have never heard of those software platforms. One was called Heroku at that time. Now it's very much prevalent as a Salesforce development platform. And the other one, which is even more popular now, It's a platform called APG, which is used for integration, right? 6 years back, I bet in this room, barely anybody would have heard, but that's not the story. Story is, we ramped up a team of 4 developers who picked up these particular technologies, delivered that application in flat 3 weeks' time without doing a requirement. I think that was a pre-glimpse of what cloud is going to look like. Coming back to you, Rupinder, and I'll give you the last word, Neeraj, on your point around how this entire thing would shape up into the future. So you talked about sustainability and you talked about looking at it in a calibrated way. Wonderful approach. As you go along in this journey and as the load increases on the data center and as your vast business empire even become bigger, don't you think there would be a scalability challenge that you will see which will compromise on your sustainability agenda?
Very, very good question to me, Monojit, right? So, the way we look at it, right, we look at it from 2 perspectives, right? One is definitely, if I talk about a supply chain problem, the kind of transparency which cloud platforms are bringing to me as of now will definitely give me that value edge. It's no longer about being competitive or having that competitive advantage. Rather, it's more about being able to maintain what I'm about to deliver, right? And with a vision to create new things, right? When it comes specifically to us, right, we take sustainability at the core of our agenda, right? But alongside that, referring back to Dr. Pant's remarks, where we are creating that infrastructure which needs to also be secured while it is being built, right? So when it comes to the aspect of scalability, we look at it in a very holistic manner, that not only do I have to build or support technology through infrastructure at scale, that what we've been able to do as a part of an entire group, right? But also to look at the essence which will sort of delay or add too much of bandwidth to the overall journey, right? We want to address those kind of problems day one, right? And that's the sort of a vision we've sort of begun Adani Connects with, right? That we build on these on the sustainability agenda from an infrastructure layer. We spread across geolocations, enabling edge data centers in a hyperlocal manner to support hyperlocal applications, to bring that data in real time and solve those problems at scale, and also to address the overall network problem as well, right? The data center interconnect and the kind of capacities which the country really needs. So from day one of sort of our inception into this journey, we've been thinking scale, right? And I think we are more or less there, because since 1 year of our inception, we've been able to get a huge facility up and running, right? So that's our overall thought process when it comes to scale and meeting it whenever required.
No, right? Just to hear that sheer commitment and with the conviction with which you are speaking about it is good enough for us. So here's the last one for you, Karan, and I'm going to do a spin here, right? I know I cannot put you on a spot, but I'll make my best attempt. So tell us, what are the things one should not do to bring the promise of cloud that we have been discussing since morning into foray? What are the pitfalls to avoid, the way you want to frame the response?
I thought you weren't going to put me on the spot. So, okay, let's talk about some of the challenges that clients typically face, right? Again, in the context of manufacturing, let's be honest, manufacturing is a bit of a laggard when it comes to cloud and technology adoption as compared to some of the other industries. Perhaps FMCG, media entertainment, IT, have, even BFSI, to be honest, have adopted cloud and other associated technologies, a lot more, a lot faster than, say, manufacturing. But to be honest, there's good reason for this. And it's because it's not just the integration of cloud into the organization. It's integration of machine of sensors into machine tools. It's integration of GPS and IoT technologies into supply chain and transportation management. So that can be a little daunting, right? And the first challenge that organizations typically face is, just identifying the right partner that can work with them to not just integrate cloud into their applications or to be able to modernize legacy applications and move them into the cloud. You know, an example of that is one of India's largest publication houses, who's an entity client. We were sitting down with the CIO, and he said, you know, we really want to modernize, but here's a problem. We've got 18 different databases, and guess what one of them was? This is a word that I haven't heard since college. It was FoxPro, right? Now, how do you modernize FoxPro? How do you bring FoxPro into the cloud? But we found a way to be able to do that. You have to re-architect this platform in a way. But again, it's not just bringing cloud or bringing his applications into the cloud. It's about how do you, integrate those applications into the wider organization. How do you provide him with a cutting-edge, agile, scalable, software-defined, secure, private 5G network into his shop floor, right? The first challenge that most CIOs of large manufacturing organizations face is trying to find the right partner to be able to work with them to be able to do that. The second one is, integrating cloud into your supply chain management, into your inventory management, into your transportation management, into your OSS and BSS tools, not just, for the sake of doing it, but to do it in a way that's meaningful for the organization, to do it in a way where, as Kalyan mentioned, you're actually delivering measurable real-world results. And I think Anuj touched upon this as well, right? You're actually delivering a benefit to the business. And all of these applications have to work harmoniously with each other, because otherwise the business will come to a screeching halt. That's the second challenge. And the third challenge, which I'm surprised, we're only coming to right now, is security, right? Any manufacturing or services industry or any industry today, the CIO lives in mortal fear of disruptions that are caused by, to the business by security lapses. So I'll give you another example. One of NTT's clients, I'm obviously not going to name the client here. They are a very, very large logistics and transportation organization. And they, just before the pandemic, in fact, had a ransomware attack. They were locked out of their own systems. Do you know whose machine was compromised?
Must be the CIO.
It was the CIO, yeah. And then they had to eventually pay in Bitcoin to a hacker. And it's hilarious. The email that they got from the actual hacker, it was so polite. It was, dear Mr. So-and-so, we've noticed vulnerabilities in your systems and in your applications, and to prevent further damage and disruptions to your business, we have locked you out of your own applications.
That's the first rule of kidnapping, by the way.
Correct?
You got to be polite.
It was so polite. They shared that email with us, and we were actually very impressed with how polite it was. We can actually plug these vulnerabilities for you. Please pay X amount of Bitcoin into XYZ account, and we will plug these vulnerabilities for you and restore access to your own systems. So again, security is a critical fear. And
Karan, if I may ask you.
No, you can't ask me who it was.
So was that Bitcoin paid?
Yes, it was. They had to. They had to. I'll be honest with you. Last year in 2021, about 100, there's a report that was published, about 186 organizations in the world actually admitted to ransomware attacks, right? The actual figure is 10x. Nobody wants to admit to, a ransomware attack. But these were, like SolarWinds, for example. We all know who was affected, how they were affected, right? And these are some of the biggest companies in the world that were actually impacted. So, coming back to the security angle, most CIOs of manufacturing organizations are petrified that, okay, right now my application is here, it's within a private network, it's on-premise, I think it's safe.
Yeah.
So there's this impression that you have by moving it into the cloud. Are you then expanding the threat footprint? But that's actually not necessarily the case. Provided that you choose a technology partner who can integrate you into the cloud and the network in a way that is secure by design from the very get-go.
Yeah, I mean, it's no different than someone putting a big padlock on an individual house.
But putting the key under the mat.
And they're thinking that it's perceivably secure vis-a-vis staying in an apartment again, perceivably secure, 3 rounds of security ring. We promised we'll take questions from the audience, and this is a small room, so we don't need a mic. Please use your firepower. Just don't shout at us. If you have any questions, we have time to take around 2 or 3 questions, and please direct the question to a particular panelist, and if you don't, I will direct it on your behalf. Any questions, please? Yes, ma'am, sir, please. Can you give him a mic, please? Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Do we have any regulatory system to deal with this situation?
We do.
Okay.
We do. There is, based on the industry, there is a lot of regulation in place. Interestingly, India actually is leading the way when it comes to regulation and compliance, but doing it in a way that's non-disruptive and doesn't curtail organization too much. And I think that, very creditable insofar as Indian industry is concerned, organizations like CII helping shape policy, and even, organizations like MITI, for example, the government of the e-marketplace, right? Indian government and Indian industry is shaping compliance in a way that's protective for Indian organization, but also in a way that's not very restrictive to the way we do business with each other. So while there is compliance and regulatory frameworks that govern the way we do business, not just as service providers on this table, but organizations such as yourself in the industries that you are, whether it's pharma, healthcare, IT, ITES, media and entertainment, it's being done in a way that's as minimally disruptive as possible.
Yes, sir. Sir, did you get the question?
Yeah,
please go ahead.
I think, coming back to, the question was, is cloud more vulnerable than other platforms? And by other platforms, sir, I assume you mean keeping, infrastructure on-premise. The short answer to that question is no, right? Because usually, I'll give you an example, right? The CIO of the logistics company that got hacked, it was his laptop that got hacked, right? His laptop, which is a on-device premise in his own network, connected to his own LAN. It had nothing to do with his systems which are in the cloud. Manojit gave an example. I mean, living in a secure complex or an apartment which has security downstairs and has security cameras, as compared to living in a bungalow where you just put a tala on the door. One is not necessarily more secure to the other. A cloud service provider, whether it's NTT, whether it's Amazon, can provide you with a suite of security services that are infinitely more sophisticated than what perhaps your organization could adopt in-house. So from that point of view, I would actually say that the cloud is potentially more secure than trying to replicate those services in-house and on-premise.
So the principle of uncertainty kicks in when you do something beyond your control. That's the issue with the perception. Yes, sir, please.
One of the panel speakers mentioned about digital currency in this particular session. I would like to know what is the future of digital currency in India, your opinion.
Would you like to take that?
Yeah, so Indian government is contemplating on regulating Indian currencies. In fact, not this digital currencies, be it Bitcoin, Ethereum, or whatever you call it. There are so many of them. So in fact, the bill was planned, but due to various, because globally, very few countries have adopted digital currencies, and hence Indian government was skeptical whether they should be adapting this kind of digital currencies in India. They have, at the moment, they have gone through some other route, and they have started taxing these transactions which are happening, whether you are buying Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever transactions are happening in these digital currencies are taxed. TDS is charged, GST is also charged, and at the same time, exchanges are, there are taxes on exchanges also for all the transactions happening, and the losses you can't carry forward the losses and so on.
Sir. Sir, what we would like to do is to take this question offline with you because in the interest of time, and we'll take offline with yours because we are sticking to time. So let me just summarize this and let me go back to this favorite author of mine, Gregor Hopp. How many of you in this room would be aware of the Pythagoras theorem, something that we all read in class 10 algebra? So Pythagoras theorem basically says that the shortest distance of a right angled triangle is the hypotenuse. And that's a classic example because when you talk of a cloud adoption, you tend to take the path of hypotenuse to get up to a point. The actual path, particularly in the context of supply chain, is a small horizontal followed by a small vertical movement, which means you will implement a feature, see its impact before getting into the next one, as opposed to a perpetually optimistic thinking of getting something done in exactly 3 months' time, something that all of us in the panel may have told you at some point of time. So thank you very much. With that, we'll close this session. Panelists, sincerely appreciate your thoughts, and we would try to take the questions outside, sir, whatever you have, and thank you very much for your kind cooperation.
Thank you.
It was an indeed insightful session. I would like to thank all the panelists, and I would like to thank Mr. Mazumdar for moderating the session. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. We finished 1 minute before.
I would request everybody to please keep sitting for the next session. Thank you. So moving on to our final session of the day, Crossing the Talent Charm a New Way. I would like to invite our session moderator, Mr. Debashish Chatterjee, partner, Deloitte India, on the stage. I would like to invite the panelist team, Dr. Rishi M. Bhatnagar, President, Eris Communication India, Mr. Ankur Malhotra, Director, Corporation Affairs, CSR, HP Enterprise, Ms. Shilpi Jain, Professor, IT Area for School of Management, Mr. Manoj Tanda, Founder and Chief Technology Officer, Microhost, Ms. Sudarshini, Lead System Engineering, Cloud Infra and Software Group, Cisco India and SARC, and lastly, Mr. Nitin Kaushik, Director, Cloud Engineering, Oracle India. I would like to hand over to Mr. Debashish Chatterjee to take the session forward, sir. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, before I begin, big thanks to CII for providing us this platform and an opportunity to be on the table talking about, I'm sure, a very favorite topic for all most senior leaders about talent. I think if you have noticed during the entire discussion today, during the sessions, we spoke about, various speakers spoke about the impact of cloud, how cloud solutions and the innovation which is happening today is either touching lives, making lives much better, bringing in operational efficiencies, helping you do things much better, faster, cheaper. Manojit in the session on supply chain made a wonderful comment as he summarized about the Pythagoras theorem. And I think the essence of that comment was really that your ability to actually experiment fast, learn fast, and scale up is what's happening today in the world. There was another very, very important point which was expressed today during the course, and I believe in the first half of the discussion. And someone mentioned if cloud is the bedrock for digital transformation, then infrastructure is the bedrock for cloud. Now, if you look at that statement very closely, and each and every examples that were given during the discussions, you will see that talent is one that is making things happen. Now, in my simple head, I'm trying to figure out whether I should be able to coin something as close as what the gentleman said about platforms or infrastructure being the transformation. But that said, a topic for today's discussion, and I'm very glad to have all my panel members over here with me, is to focus on three different aspects that we will touch upon. First and foremost, we'll look into what's causing the demand and how the demand is being generated. We'll look into the industry perspective. We will hear different points of views about retention strategy. I think that is the top of mind for many leaders or all of us in this room. And we will also try to get into practical aspects, pragmatic steps that can be taken. Some are perhaps experimental, some have gained a lot of success and momentum, and that is what we will kind of enable through this discussion. But without further ado, Dr. Bhatnagar, I will start off the conversation with you. And given the background and what you're doing with your company, I think it will be a great view to hear your point of view as to how's the industry shaping up and what exactly has changed over the last couple of years, which has created this demand for talent.
Thank you very much, Debashish. Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. It's been, good to see people when you're talking. And majority of the time, after 2 years of virtual conferences, it's good to see people and having this kind of interaction. We are a 3-decade-old IoT company in US. We are a joint venture with SoftBank. We are a joint venture with Volkswagen. Okay. And we were always on cloud. Okay. And we have around 15 million devices connected on our platform. And we get 2.6 billion messages every day. And we have 60 IPs of our own on a machine-to-machine communication. With that kind of background, there is not even a single cloud service provider with whom we are not working. With our Volkswagen joint venture, they wanted us to work with a particular cloud service provider. And for our own IoT connectivity solutions, we had our own cloud service provider. And then we started thinking about which is more cost effective. And then we had to migrate from one service provider to the other. Like us, when I go back to around 2 decades back when we were working in an IT services company and we used to go to a bank and say, let's move to cloud, there used to be huge amount of apprehensions. Now there is no apprehension. There were a lot of people level resistance. The CIOs used to think whether I'll lose my control, whether I'll lose my job if I give everything on the cloud. That's people change management is over. No one even thinks about it. So as a result, there is not even a single industry which thinks that, I'm going to have my own data center in my office. Everybody talks about going to cloud. That's one part. So there's a huge demand because of that. Second, there are multiple cloud service providers. People go with one or two of them because of different customer needs or different kind of requirements. As a result, again, a new talent required where not only the infrastructure providers, but also the in-house, you need to know about AWS or Azure or GCP, and you like to have that kind of talent also available in the organization. The third thing that has happened is the huge amount of startups which are starting, and the model is the SaaS, recurring SaaS, and they all are putting everything on cloud. So the huge amount of startups that have started budding, coming in. So from the basic industries of the IT services or infrastructure, manufacturing or banks or airlines, everybody is putting everything on cloud. And multiple cloud migrations, that is happening. The third, the huge amount of startups that have started coming with their different kind of business models, everybody is using cloud. So all these kind of factors are resulting into a huge talent crunch. And people knowing AWS and GCP and Azure, I don't think many people will be available with that kind of capabilities. And then if you have in your office, in your environment, you are working on different cloud infrastructure, those people become so rare. And so that's what I feel, Debashish, that with so much of happening in the, first, there is no question whether I will go for a cloud or not. Second, multiple clouds. Third, the migrations. Fourth, the huge amount of SaaS companies that have started is resulting in lots and lots of, talent requirement. And one more thing which I like to add is, especially in India, the government focus on digitalization. So from, the Aadhaar infrastructure is on cloud. And then all the kind of services that are coming in, whether you are going to talk about the, the smart city stack or the other stack or the health stack or the M2M stack, everything is on cloud. So the government is also one of the major push in getting the infrastructure on cloud and requiring more and more people having that kind of talent. That's to start with. If there's something more comes, I'll...
Thank you. Thank you. Very well put, Dr. Bhatnagar. And I think two call-outs that I will kind of repeat. You started off saying that when cloud started the adoption or the cloud era kind of started, there was fear from technologists, from the CIO's world as what's going to change, how the role is changing. But your point of view has been that the change management aspects have been taken care of, kind of, and there are more and more applications and startups and which are adopting cloud at a very rapid. You also pointed out the government's role in adopting cloud, and with that, I will, Ankur, you have been working with HPE and been running a lot of CSR activities. You interact with government very frequently. Would love to hear your point of view on how you see the transformation in the last couple of years that has resulted in this demand.
Sure, Devashish. First of all, let me clarify. I work for Hewlett Packard Enterprise, not HPI, so I can't help you with printers, nor can get you a cheaper laptop. And I know it's very disappointing for my own family. It's very disappointing. I have my relatives walking up and saying, "Bhaiya, sasta printer dila do, sasta laptop dilwa do." I can't help you. I just do servers. I do supercomputers. If you want to buy that, please, I can help you. I can be extremely helpful there. So let me tell you what has been driving the demand for cloud. First of all, very simply, or for cloud talent per se, very simply put, because there is more demand for cloud. I still remember 22 years back when I started my career, almost all of my friends used to carry that fat book of Java. Everyone wanted to go to America and do Java. Right now is the time everyone wants to be in cloud. The only difference here is cloud is probably matured as a market before the demand for the talent is begin. So we are in the right track. The demand is there, now the talent is going to fulfill that demand. Second is it's much more impactful and much more fulfilling as a career. I have my friends in US who were data center scientists for like good 15, 20 years, shifted to cloud. Why? Because they're just sick and tired of sitting in a back room, not seeing the action, not being at the forefront of technology or the digital transformation. For a cloud engineer, the chance is that 99% of the time that guy would go in the field and do the stuff, solve real life problems. So as a career for a real nerd, that's something which is very exciting, And third thing, which is the cloud plus technologies which are coming in now into the picture. Your hybrid cloud, your on-prem cloud, all of these, things which are happening beyond cloud is something which is again driving your demand for cloud talent. So what I see is that as more and more people move towards cloud, and which is an inevitable kind of a situation where the governments you were speaking about are talking about a cloud-first policy, have enterprises which entirely work on cloud. So the talent is always going to be in demand. But the challenge which comes in is that how do we create that pool of talent, which I think right now we're sitting at around 35% or 40% of deficiency in terms of the talent pool we should be having for catering to Indian needs itself. So very simply, more demand is driving more demand for cloud-trained professionals. It's much more glamorous, it's much more impactful career, and the cloud plus technologies are something which are driving it. Yeah.
I will, Ankur, the last point on being more glamorous, I'll probably keep that aside a little bit for some other conversations. But I pick up one key point that you have mentioned, which it resonates very well with what my thinking is. You mentioned that you gave your examples of some of your friends who have been in the back and working on the supercomputer architectures and designs are more keen to now jump into the cloud technology area. I think the fundamental shift which has probably happened in the last couple of years is that the cloud technologies have kind of transitioned from being more back-end oriented to more business-centric. I think that transition has really happened, which has also catapulted the demand and the need. You also made a point on that fact that the demand has generated, it is ahead of the curve, and it is now the time for us to really get geared up to meet those demand and on talent. Really, if you look at it, given the young generation we have in India, I think this is a great opportunity for us to gear up to be the cloud skill provider or the knowledge hub within the cloud space for India to gear up. But fundamentally, there are a couple of things that really need to be in place. And one such thing is the interaction with academia. And with that point, I would request Professor Shilpi to come and share her views and on how you see, ma'am, the academia evolve over the last couple of years, given the research of talent requirements which are building up, given everything that is happening on the modernization and the technology.
Yeah, thank you for pointing out this question. So, just to introduce myself, I'm a professor of information technology and big data analytics at Ford School of Management at present. And we are definitely facing a lot of challenges as far as academia is concerned. So Ankur has mentioned that, you know, it's a very glamorous career and students would like to go ahead. But our main challenge is that we receive students from engineering background. And most of the engineering background students says that I'm not interested in programming or coding, right? And when we introduce them to cloud per se, as well as we introduce them to cybersecurity, definitely they show a lot of interest. But here we are facing another catch. So another catch is that they don't see cloud as an integral part of other business domains. For example, marketing, for example, strategy, operations, and we have seen in the previous session when Mr. Manojit was actually anchoring, and we found that everything needs to change when you implement cloud. So therefore, as an academician, our responsibilities also changes, and we are currently in the practice of tweaking our syllabus to make it more compliant with organizations, because as cloud is evolving, organizations are also changing, and we consider that now we have to change our curriculum with respect to marketing, HR, strategy, operations, and so on and so forth. So we are trying our level best, and as a result, our institution has received 30% traction from IT companies, consulting companies, and students are taking roles of, you know, cloud consultants or business analysts. But still a long way to go, because we have to bring our students back on the foray of technology, as well as tell them that how you can integrate with management domains.
Thank you, Professor. I think the one key takeaway that I have kind of noted is the fact that you also hinted that there needs to be stronger collaboration between the industries and the academic together, and maybe there are courses that needs to be kind of fleshed out better in greater details. And folks, experts from the industry kind of collaborating with academia to kind of build that curriculum which are relevant. I will turn to, I will turn to Nitin to kind of give your perspective on what you are seeing in this regard, given the work that you are doing with Oracle.
Thank you very much, Debashis, for the opportunity. I think Oracle needs no introduction. We are managing more than 70% data on the planet for the last 40 years, right? And when we talk about cloud, Oracle Cloud Platform is one of the most youngest one in the industry. We arrived in 2017. And when we were building this platform, the principles were not only the generation one, which was concentrating more on elasticity part of it. Now we have to bring enterprise to start consuming cloud, and that's where the word come predictable performance and predictable security. That's where we designed the whole platform. On your question, Debashish, how we are managing in our organization and how we are treating this issue, yes, we have seen that. During the COVID period, we saw that reshuffle. But what you need, first of all, in an organization in two folds, I would say. First, a built-in culture, which we all always try and thrive to build that culture, which will challenge the new talent, right? When we talk about talent chasm, right? It's the balance which you have to create in between experience in your team and the new talent which you are onboarding. Cloud is transforming like anything. It is very rapid speed we are transforming with cloud, and technology adoption not only on the part of how you are onboarding cloud, but skill set of people is not easy, right? And that's where this balance of talent to bring into your team is very, very important, where the new culture will bring the new technology talent, and the experience is able to drive everything and do the heavy lifting for you, right? Second is Now, since Oracle is data-driven, we kind of have adopted something called agile talent management methodology here also, which is more data-driven, right? What we do, we kind of monitor our skill sets or our human capital, how the skill set is growing, what's the motivation of people, the career path which we create or career plan which we create for them, are they following that? And what is their, kind of skill set and interest of areas? This gives lots and lots of insight, right? And with those facts in front of you, with the data which you are using, consuming, you are able to take a decision and motivate and build certain programs for the team, which is bringing more motivation and more openness or open culture for the team. I think that's how we are kind of transforming, and we are kind of following this, and we are getting good success in this, Debashish.
Thank you, Nitin. I mean, you touched upon the fact about motivation. You touched upon the fact that there are methods which have been put by your teams to kind of monitor and see how things are moving. I personally, and this is my personal opinion, I will request a reaction. Today's talent, today's generation, their attention span is also short-lived.
Yes.
And it is all about getting output in the immediate terms, right? So the interest level keeps on varying. But without further ado, I will bring in Manoj. You are running your company yourself, and you have built it grounds up. Would love to hear your views on suggestions on talents and what you see in the market today.
Right. So Debashish, I'll start from my introduction. So I'm the one जिसके दिमाग में कीड़ा था कि लाइफ में कुछ करना है. So I built India's first simplified cloud platform from zero, and we help people to resolve complexity of the cloud platform to make them cloud experience with the simplicity. Today we are behind of cloud telephony technology. All the cloud telephony leaders are hosted with us. What we see with the talent, you need a culture, right? So Gen Z generation is not required. It's required money, but not, I would say it's not prioritized. Gen Z generation required your culture. They required responsibility. They required field to play because they need more and more challenges. What new they can do it, what best they can play out of their time, right? So what I see, the time we offer field to play, to taking risk, any of our team members, they stay for us for the longer time. We have people who are working about 8 years, 9 years with us, and we see when they take responsibility, they wanted to do something. They wanted to get something on the cloud. They wanted to test their self. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. So more you allow your people to fail, more you allow your people to take risk. This is where the people will stay with you and build something better for the future. Yeah.
I think it's beautifully put, the fact that it is about the flexibility which people are looking for, and of course an opportunity to learn quickly by failing and experimenting and then getting motivated. Wonderfully put. I will request Sudarshani some reaction from your side, but primarily if you can articulate, given pre-COVID and post-COVID, or right now, I mean, how has the talent landscape changed, or if at all it has changed, when it comes to retention policies and strategies? Yeah.
Sure, I think that's the most important problem that every organization or probably every hiring manager is trying to solve, right? Post-COVID, there is this whole great resignation wave that's happening, and then there is plentiful jobs that is happening, that's coming up in the market. And before I kind of jump into the approach, I just want to address 2 points that came across as part of the discussion, right? Shilpi ma'am spoke about, everything doesn't come together. And if you've seen through the course of the discussions through the last couple of hours, everything has been focused on technology. And when we go to students, when we go to college, our focus is how do we equip them about the technology, cloud technologies, infrastructure, and all of that. But what is missing, like exactly ma'am pointed out, was how do we look at enabling the individuals to sell a cloud technology? How do we enable the individuals or students to market a cloud technology? How do we enable the finance teams to go back with collections in the subscription model of licensing change that is happening? So enabling just the technological part of it will not solve the talent problem that we are having. So we are also learning. As a country, as a systematic education program that we have, we are also learning. And talking about what Debashish mentioned about the attention span is less, the abundance of information, the accessibility to information, the reach thanks to the social media, Twitter, LinkedIn for jobs, Facebook for advertisements, feeds from virtual learning, online platforms like Udemy and Pluralsight and things like that. There's so much that the students get confused with. So if we have to look at a structured program, of course today, probably while I can talk on behalf of all corporates because that's what the majority corporations are looking at, we're looking at enabling students from a technological standpoint. How soon can they be ready to come and join us? So probably some of the areas we should also look at focusing is mindfulness for students. What is going to fetch you a long-term career? What is going to give you a satisfying job? Do you enjoy this? Do you do this? Do you love doing what you do? And how long do you want to continue into that, right? That can probably improve the attention span problem. But yes, pre-COVID, we did the certification, recertification kind of programs. I'm sure a lot of us in this room, since our college days, we've done a Cisco certification, we've done a Microsoft certification, and we kind of continue with that. But those certifications have become multifold today, and those aspects will continue. What we are also looking at is returnship programs. Every organization is looking at, women who have taken a maternity break, and if they want to come back, as part of that returnship program, we treat them as graduates, fresh graduates, and we give them courses which they are inclined to or they want to pursue themselves in terms of acquiring new technologies. So that's the second approach that we are looking at. And of course, the third thing is focusing on reskilling the existing talent. Now, from a reach standpoint, what COVID has taught us is that we cannot be too pushy on the talent because life's perspective has changed because of COVID. People want to stay close to families, work out of tier 2 cities, and give a lot more a fair balance to work and life. The work-life balance definition has drastically changed post-COVID. And given this, corporates like corporate organizations also have to change the way of how we enable talent. Specifically talking on behalf of Cisco, when we do an internship program in a year, at best we can give internship programs to 500, 600 students. There is a capacity limit, there is a cost per seat, there are a lot of different aspects to onboarding a talent. But what we learned is that a virtual internship program can open doors, and we launched a virtual internship program in partnership with AICT and Ministry of Education, and the reach is 2 lakh students. Now, yes, there might be a bit of a compromise on quality, but we're getting started. And it's fair to assume that everybody we onboard is not day zero operational. I'm sure we put them through a couple of trainings. So I'm sure it's a pretty long answer, but I just wanted to touch all aspects of what is getting discussed at the table today.
It brings smiles on my face, especially on the point that I kind of touched upon, and you kind of gave an example of and spoke about the attention span issue on the younger generation. However, Dr. Bhatnagar and I were talking about the fact that learnability is much higher in this younger generation. Even though attention span might be a problem, any new technology, any new space, given the direction, given the guidance, If that is possible, then I think the younger generation picks up the new technology very fast. And with that brings a very important topic, and then Nitin, I will kind of look into you to share your views on mentorship and trainings. What has really worked for you? I mean, are there any pragmatic things that you would want to share
Certainly,
with the audience today?
Yeah, Debashish. So we realized this specifically at the time of COVID. Working on training part of for all the team members, and not only team members. See this issue of when we were talking about cloud transformation and keeping up with the skill set and the way we are transforming. That's not easy for anyone, right? So first of all, what we did at the COVID time, like Sudarshini was talking about certifications, we made certain trainings on which are foundation of cloud to be available publicly for students, for our customers also, to go ahead and attend them. And not only this, we also released a certification course, which was absolutely free for all of them, right? And trust me, millions and millions in India, and specifically from certain universities, actually went ahead and certified themselves with the foundation of cloud platform. Right? At least bringing them up to a level, from there they can take off, right? From there they can adopt a new technology and go ahead and take off, right? That is one way of at least going ahead and starting up something and building a culture and giving them a push. Now beyond this, we also worked on building skill set or the trainings specifically on more programmatic way on advanced technologies for them, right? So that they can go ahead and adopt and then go ahead and kind of get certified on that part. And this actually worked very well. What we saw at the time of COVID, at least millions of people got certified, they got educated with this, and went ahead with the knowledge, increased in knowledge in the on the cloud platform.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. I think one aspect, if you look at, and again, in the parlance of cloud and what's happening, and if you look at the technology talent pool, we might be able to kind of broadly cluster them from three different dimensions, or not cluster, but look at them from three different dimensions. One is the area of strategy and strategy consulting, what the cloud strategy can look like, and you will need certain talent who are experts in that area for you to be able to put the right strategy for the organization. Then there is the whole area of application modernization, where we spoke about lift and shift, or we spoke about a hybrid model of actually executing cloud programs. So there are business-focused applications, and it will need different skill set. That's kind of the second broader cluster. And the third one, and not the last, but one of the most important one, is how do I run my business better? What are the security norms and all? And all of them will require different skill sets, different trainings, different mentoring. So it cannot be, I mean, the areas are vast, and that is what it is. And that brings a very important question, and I will request Ankur, you to share some reactions on what would be your guidance, and typically guidance that can be given to the talent, to the younger generation who are trying to figure out, okay, cloud is great, and we need to be in the cloud space, but there are so many things which are there. How do I go about choosing a right career, and what should I do? And maybe you can also chime in.
I would like to hear your points. Yeah, sure. Please.
I actually wanted her to speak first, because then she would have helped me frame this answer. But nonetheless, I think it's crystal clear. Couple of things which I think Preeti spoke, and I think the other panelist also spoke, which was that first of all, what we need to do is take cloud into non-IT areas. I think Preeti spoke about it. How do I attract cloud talent into marketing, or into, let's say, supply chain, or let's say into finance or financial management per se? So I need to broaden the scope of this. I need to make it less IT-centric and more real-life centric. That cloud by itself can solve multiple problems across spectrum, irrespective of the IT orientation or IT centricity of that particular problem. That's first part of it. The second part, I think, advice for the kids, and I think it came from Sudarshini, and which was excellent, is that retailization of cloud services is extremely important. In sense of that, why am I dependent on AWSs and the Azures of the world to find a cloud career? Why can't I create a cloud career on my own by making technologies which are more sellable, which are just retail technologies, which are like, if I may use the word, cottage industry. So the moment cloud becomes cottage industry, you'll have a slew of entrepreneurs come in and do amazing things with clouds. And that's what is probably happening in a thing like IoT or maybe AI, where I have young entrepreneurs going into the area and doing stuff. I don't see that happening in cloud because probably the bigger companies are having the market really tightly controlled by them, including my own. But the whole point is, how do I do it? How do I retailize it? How do I make it a common commodity kind of thing that people can go experiment and make their own cloud-based products, So I would encourage youngsters to get into that area where they can, make something interesting out of using cloud and then go and sell it on their own, rather than wait for a larger company and its umbrella to supply that to the end customers. So those are two things which I have actually got from you too. So I would like to share that,
You want to go next, please?
Yeah, thank you. So, I agree with Ankur at some point of time that you have to commoditize it. But if you look at the availability of resources, those resources are still provided by big organizations. So, if you see tutorials, if you see labs, if you see content, it is majorly provided by either Microsoft or it is from Amazon AWS. In fact, in our curriculum, we use Amazon AWS very generously because it is available without any burdens or any other challenges. So when we say that the talent needs to come forward, generally we see it's engineering students which are being paid more attention. My here humble request with the industry is that similarly management students should also be given these kind of guidance and support, that how can they fit in basically in organizations which are pure cloud or which are into cloud plus management. So that is major challenge which we feel as an academic institution. Students are driven, they wanted to do, and as far as we tell them that okay, this is the right path and you see a lot of growth, so they would like to try or burn their hands for 5 years, but then definitely they will evolve into cloud-based entrepreneurs. So resources is a very big challenge in front of academic institutions, which I feel that larger organizations are trying to, answer at some point of time.
Thank you so much. And with that, I think, Dr. Bhatnagar, I will look at you to kind of help us summarize. There were some great points which were raised by the panelists, and many of them touched upon either what is the opportunity, how it is coming up. You spoke a lot about that. There is a training, mentoring, grooming programs, collaboration with academia, but anything that you would summarize the essence of talent and what can be done?
So, yeah, Debashish, there are two, 3 points which I like to make. One, while there is everybody spoke about how the academia industry needs to collaborate and things needs to be done. I personally chair a forum called IET, Institute of Engineers and Technicians, a 150-year-old institution, and I'm chairing the Future Technology panel. What we as a team did, we created a 1-credit course on cloud. Okay, so it was, don't take it wrong, but it was neutral course, not from an AWS or Azure or a Oracle or a GCP. It was a 1-credit course on cloud. And what we try to do is to see there are people who are coming from the college, so fresh IT graduates who are not IT graduates but engineers who are studying. Then there are people who have 3-4 years of experience, they want to know about cloud. And there are people at a strategy or a leadership level. So we called it 101, 102, 103 or whatever we could have called. We did a pilot with it, one of the private universities. and also with some kind of institutions. And today we have, a few weeks back, we have already gone to AICTE and trying to see how it can be done at an organization level. If AICTE will say that yes, this is going to be added as one credit course, so you will have engineers coming out of the colleges who will have one credit course done already on cloud, not specifically on AWS or GCP or Microsoft Azure. So that's the kind of thing which we are trying to do as a leadership, thought leadership forum, trying to see how can we create and cultivate that kind of talent which is required to come to the industry with at least some basic knowledge, and how can we groom the industry people about what kind of things are available on the cloud and all. So that's one thing which has been done, which I feel is going to result in a better forum. But when you start thinking about the sudden resignations and whatever number we call, we need to get into a slight bit of, there has been a talent crunch, there has been attrition which has been going on in the industry, and every year there is some level of attrition that happens. But the post-COVID, there was a sudden war of talent that started happening.
Yes.
And we need to get into a bit of background of it. The industry works with capacity getting built with years. So every year, the IT services industry or the product industry will go to the colleges and hire the fresh IT graduates. And in India, when you have around, say, 100,000 of students coming out, and you will be hiring 100,000 of students, that happened in 2019, but those students were not called in 2020 because we were going through the COVID lockdown. And companies didn't go to the colleges in 2020. Okay? As a result, that 2 years of gap that happened from creating your own talent within the organization didn't happen. Okay, that's one part. The second part is, and I don't have to name the companies, but when you go and see the newspapers at that time in 2020s, there are a lot of people who are fired. So we will not sure how the business will work, how things will happen in the world, whether everything will collapse, whether the IT industry will stay or not, all kind of questions. And people said no more bench. So as a result, a lot of people were fired, 10% people in this organization were fired, 15% people. As a result, you are not having anybody on bench or getting trained. So suddenly in 2021, when the industry started growing and there was a huge demand, then there was a fight that started happening. So if you have somebody, I'll give you more, I'll give you more. Okay? And that's how the problem has happened. I personally sit in the NASSCOM groups and try to see how the industry will and we believe that it's now time after 6 months or 9 months when things will get stabilized, because the fresh IT graduates were called and the training was started happening and we have started putting people into it. So that war that was happening, that if you have, I'll give you 20% more than I'm going to 100% more, that is changing. Okay, so these things will stabilize and that hunt will get over. That's my first comment on the industry where things are happening. But COVID has changed the way of working. The first question a employee will ask, what is your work from home policy? And the second question people ask, what is your budget? Okay? So I was, when I got a job, it was, getting a job was such a good thing for me, and I was very thankful that I got a job. And now if I get somebody on an interview, the first question they are asking, what is your work from home policy and what is your budget? Because I already have an offer letter of this much. If you can pay more, then I'll. Okay. So the industry has changed, and we have to see how we live with it. Okay.
Absolutely.
And the second thing is, Aries is a company. Somebody, you can think in terms of Facebook or a Google. We have a robots moving in our office. We have an open office. We give food. We have billiard table. They are not retaining my people. Okay. So me thinking about giving more salary and getting an environment where I can make people happy, and people think people are not interested in coming to the office. Now my biggest challenge is to see, I have an infrastructure and so much money spent, how will I have people coming back? Okay. And to be honest, I'm very happy about it, because sometimes I see a person sitting 100 kilometers away from Simla in a village, comes every day to a school where there's a hotspot available. And that person says, Dr. Bhatnagar, why you want me to come? I am productive. I am doing what you are asking. And I have a 100 Mbps link here, and I am living in my village, and I can do my job. Why you want me to come? I don't have an answer. Okay. So around 40% of my employees do not want to come to the office. Rest 40-45% are happy to come once or twice a week. And there are only 5 to 10% of people who wants to come to the office. I give breakfast, I give lunch, okay. I have robots running, we have a billiard table, we have a table tennis table. We do everything that is required to make office lively, okay. But people don't want to come. So that to me is a bigger problem, because the talent search, talent availability is getting over. Now we have, those 6 months or 9 months of that war is more or less getting into a stage where there is getting stabilized. Some attrition will continue, and that will continue to happen. By now, biggest problem is changing that how can I bring my team back? Because when you do something innovative and you are in a product organization, you need to have people sitting together to become more productive. That's my thought. And people say I'm getting older. So, but the collaborative tools and everything is something which can continue. But honestly, we need to start thinking in terms of that money will not retain, such kind of environments will not retain. Mentorship and having a personal rapport, which we used to feel that, having a team and a family kind of spirit, like talking to the family and this is also not helping me in retaining my people. Okay. We have started doing something called, if you can create an IP of your own, we'll be able to get your IPs done. What we have started doing is to see, work from home is allowed. At least you come to office for 1 or 2 days, and if there is a need, you should be available to come. Okay. We have been trying to do many things which are helping us out in retaining people, and my attrition level has significantly gone down, and salary was not the thing because of which I could retain my people, because somebody else was always there to give them more. Okay. What we are trying to do now is to see how can I allow them to go an IPR, how can I get more trainings, how can I allow them to do more experiments and allow them to do what they want to do and produce what we want to get produced. So these are the kind of things, Devashish, I am happy to share.
No, thank you. Thank you. Very, very insightful. And on a lighter note, Dr. Bhatnagar, I mean, the robots that you spoke about, the billiard tables, the corner place for studying or doing your coding, sounds like an interesting place for the next gen. But however, the question they are asking also is, what is your work from home policy? And that is where the dilemma is. COVID, of course, in many ways has been a black swan event. The examples that you spoke about, the gap in the institutions, about 2 years, which of course there has been some impact to that. Many have probably not got the job or lost the job. That helped. But that said, I think I'm also aware of the fact that people are looking at their watches, and however, there's lunch out there, but I would want to give 5 minutes for any questions that you might have for our panelists. Very, very insightful. Thank you everyone. Yes, please.
I heard a lot about the group talking about the scarcity of talented manpower. Even in the earlier group, this discussion happened. I just want to know whether it is a short-term phenomena, because I just remember reading a book from Yuval Noah Harari, Israeli historian, who said that once artificial intelligence in a decade, it will get so entrenched that manpower redundancy will be the biggest problem. We need very few extremely talented manpower, and most of the manpower will not be required at all. So redundancy of manpower will be a very big problem in the next decade or so. Do you agree with that?
Anyone who wants to? Yes, please. Yeah. And you can add on. Yes.
Probably I just want to share a few things at the moment, and I've been in the industry for 20 years to see how the trends have taken, have gone through the sinusoidal wave. What research is telling us is right now it is the seller's market, be it OEMs or be it talent, because the crunch is so. The semiconductor industry shortage, the car's wait time is 1 year. because like Mr. Patnagar said, 2 years, we really couldn't put a proper training and we could, oversee, monitor and get them up to speed. It's a talent crunch, but the sides of the table will turn. The reason why I say this is there is a lot of geopolitical situations going on. There is an anticipated economic crisis that is expected, inflation going up. Obviously, the job markets will kind of go down, in the last 10 to 12 years in India, we haven't been able to add too many jobs. So if not, the GDP would have gone up drastically higher than where it stands. Of course, we have improved, but if only we were able to add so many jobs that the GDP of the country would have gone up. So my point of view, the sides of the table will change, and this is a constant process. We have seen these ups and downs, and it will continue to happen, and that's my view.
Yeah, so artificial intelligence making people redundant. Okay, that's the kind of question. That's the question you have asked. In my view, and I have been doing a lot of research on these topics, and when the Charkha guys lost their jobs, okay, when the industry came in the Nottingham, when the computerization started happening in India, people were on the street that there should be no railway computerization that should happen. Okay. In a similar fashion, the artificial intelligence will have a view on some kind of job which will get redundant. There is no doubt. Okay, which jobs we can argue, we can talk, but will they generate new jobs? The answer is yes. Will they generate new kind of business models? The answer is yes. Okay, so the human mind has to start thinking about that some kind of jobs will get redundant, and they have to get into some other kind of jobs. Okay, that new kind of business models, the new kind of jobs is something where the humans will be required. So while there will be a redundancy in certain jobs, and we can have a list of it, but there will be new jobs that will get generated and created where the human mind will be required to work in. Okay, so I have very confidence on the human mind. And I believe that there will be new kind of jobs that will definitely get created, and the new kind of business model which will have all of us engaged in more productive manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was another question, yeah. Someone has the mic.
Yeah, Dr. Bhatnagar, I would have some few comments to add on your submission. Earlier, when we used to have Pramod Mahajan around us, he used to talk that people will come for office only when they will have a celebration or a socializing. And recently, we have seen that last 2 years, although we have been talking about online, but quality of education training is a very pity. And not only that, there is one more add on that stress-free is there, stress-free job, working from home. And I am sure this will add our life also. The way we are living now is a very stress-free, and people are adding their life. I think that people may live even 100 years because of this reason.
No, very rightfully put. I think mindfulness, those are programs, and I think Sudarshani, you mentioned about it. Those are being taken up by corporations today. Being online, always online and interacting, it has its own burdens. So there are steps being considered and taken by organization, very rightfully. So any reactions from panel members on this particular point? Or
just to further add that people are enjoying and it's stress-free, I would say it is both actually. It is stressed as well as stress-free, because work from home is also, finished boundaries about the time. So now you start at 8 and you finish at 8 or 9 or 10. So it depends. It depends from the context of the work. It also depends upon the organizations, and it also depends upon your own willingness to maintain a work-life balance. So that is what I would say. It's not completely stress-free. So you should ask our students whether it is stress-free or not, because in our case we said if it is a 30-hour course, you have to prepare for 120 hours more. So that way it is I think both ways, but it is highly contextual.
Yeah. So if you allow, I can add. So, in a house, when I do work from home, I'm sure my children and my parents get happy. I'm not sure about my wife, whether she gets stressed or not, okay? Or she likes me to work every day at home, okay? So, jokes apart, but because we are working from home, everybody else feels that I'm free, okay? And, my chairman can give me a call from US. My people can give me a call at any time because they feel as if I'm free. Because आप तो घर बैठे हो. Okay? So, that creates more stress and more work. Earlier, I used to go out of my home at around 7:30 a.m., drop my daughters, reach my office, start sitting on my desk at around 8:15, and by 4:15ish, I'll come out. 5 p.m., I'm at home. And then at around 8:30 p.m., I'll have calls with US, and that's how, I'll sleep and then wake up again. Now there is no time. Everybody is at home. Everybody feels, aap to ghar baithe ho. Okay? And that's true with me also. Even I can give a call to my subordinates and my team members. ये सोच के कि वो तो अरे खाली होगा. And that has resulted in more stress in many jobs, many kind of jobs. So, people have started doing what we have. And the other thing which has happened, which people might not have felt about, the home infrastructure is not fit for office. Our chairs were not there. People were working from their drawing room sofa. Okay? How many homes of ours have a separate room which is office? 30% of my employees had backache and their neck sprain. I have provided them chairs and a table so that if they want to work from home, they have a proper infrastructure at home. Okay? 30% is not a small number. And our companies are not people with higher ages, they are all young. So there are different kind of stresses people have faced. So while there is a work-life balance, things are happening, but there is a different kind of views that are required. And that's more stressing. Thank you.
Thank you. There's probably one last question we can take.
I think he's been waiting for long, so.
Oh, okay.
He's been raising his hand for long.
Two questions. Let's go.
It's a two-part question.
One
is, as you all mentioned, that a lot of potential employees are asking work-from-home policies during the interview process itself. Is there a particular age group that is asking these questions, or it is spread across these age groups? The second part is that if they are asking work-from-home policies, what kind of factors do they depend on? Is it like Shilpi ma'am just mentioned in terms of stress? There's work stress. Of course, if people are living far away from the office, then there's travel and traffic stress as well. Is there a work-life balance at home? Of course, in terms of time, you cannot, segregate what is your work and what is your home time. But are you comfortable more at home working, or is it beneficial for you to come to office? How would you segregate that? If there is a particular age group that is asking these questions.
I'll try and answer that. So the age group for people who want to come to office would be 40 and above. I'm one of them. I have a 5-year-old son who probably knows more about government relation than me right now because he sits in my room and does his whatever he wants to do. So anyone who's above 40, living in a joint family, is happily married and has kids, wants to go back to office. That's the first part of it. You were talking about the age group. People below 40 are either working 100 kilometers from Shimla, as he spoke about, or sitting in Goa and having a great time. Working for 3 hours, pretending to have the hardest life in the universe, but that's not true. Our life is hard. The people above 40, that's number one. Number two, what was the question, if I may ask? People, a lot of people want to continue working from home. Is that, please understand, none of our cities are, wherever, let's say I am working out of Bangalore. 99% of the time, I'll not belong to Bangalore. I'll be outsider who's going to Bangalore and working there. And there are situations where people are, let's say, living 200 kilometers away from Bangalore in a nice place or something like that. They come to Bangalore, hire a rental apartment and then start living. During COVID, they all went back. For them now, that expense has gone out of their balance sheet. They don't want to spend that anymore. So for us to force them to come back, and by the way, we did, as Professor Bhatnagar was speaking, we also gave a certain amount of money in the beginning of COVID to set up a home office, one-time payment, and we give them a monthly payout as well to maintain that home office. But a lot of people are just saying that we just don't want to come back to office. We just don't want to. I'm sitting in, let's say, Bangalore, no, don't want to come to Bangalore, don't want to face the traffic, don't want to live in an expensive city. I'm absolutely fine saving 20 to 30% of whatever I'm earning. Why should I come back if I'm able to deliver results? The problem for us is that it is very collaborative. The whole nature of this industry is very collaborative. If I don't sit, and frankly speaking, last 2 years I've done like 200 webinars, which I've not done in my entire life. And this is the first opportunity. My question was to him, is it in person?
Yes.
And he said yes. I said, thank you very much. I'd like to come for this one. You know, because by that time, right now I'm speaking, you would have heard my son screaming if I would have been at home. So my moot point here is that the people who are now comfortable in this new lifestyle don't want to come back to office. I hope that answers your question.
We'll perhaps now give an opportunity to the lady sitting there. Yeah. Thank you, though.
So I have a very simple question, nothing lengthy. I want to ask, like, do you think ESOP is a way to retain the best talent to the team? Like, a lot of startups are coming up with, you know, equity shares that they're providing to their employees, which is helping them in retaining the best talents, keeping them for years, you know, within the same team, building new products, you know, generating more revenue. So where does, you know, why isn't cloud industry adapting, you know, to that situation?
ESOPs, money. Okay, I will probably request you to give a reaction, given that you are running your own company, and
yes, definitely.
What's your views?
The person who asked the question
is from your company?
Is from my company.
Somehow I knew that.
No, the thing is, sometime we thought about ESOPs, we talk about ESOPs, but now they are waiting when the time come, then I will ask them, okay, we are opening with the ESOPs. And yes, for everyone, I would say ESOPs is the best way to, you know, retain the talent with you, like a partner who can think in the same way like you wanted to think, who can come in your vision and take the action that you wanted to take. So ESOPs is best, and yes, Ripika, we will be opening up.
And I'm sure.
This was not just for the company, but for the giants like Oracle, AWS as well. Like, what exactly do you think, how, you know, you can implement ESOPs maybe to a particular product, or, you know, the executives, of course, hold a, you know, share in the company, those who are sitting on the, you know, top hierarchy. But what about the people who are actually working on the ground?
Maybe just to give a bit of safety net, the reasons to leave an organization are very trivial to non-trivial. No ESOP can hold you, no RSUs can hold you, no amount of merit raises can hold you. A good manager, a good working culture, a good environment, a very fun-loving team. So the reasons are very trivial to non-trivial. So money is not the only factor.
And I'm sure this is going to continue further. Request you to connect offline and get the perspective. Thank you so much, everyone. It was really a pleasure to have the stage with all of you. And thanks for the wonderful questions. Hopefully, you love this session. Thank you.
To all the panelists and Mr. Chatterjee for moderating the session. Thank you. May I now officially close the second edition of CII Cloud Summit here today. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And you may please proceed to have lunch. Thank you.